Back? Yeah. I don't know why I suddenly just started dropping frames and just be like that sometimes, I guess. Sorry about that, everyone. What I was saying is, the reason why I didn't, stress things like consumables that give you more action points is the framing that you only have one action per turn as a cleric. Well, every class except for fighter only has one action point per turn. All other action points come from outside sources. So it's already putting cleric at a disadvantage that doesn't exist. At the goblin camp I die. Are you getting into fights you shouldn't be getting into? It certainly sounds like you are. And that wouldn't be a cleric issue. That has nothing to do with your class choice. Like, for example, I don't fight anything until level 5. From me getting off the Nautiloid, I don't do combats until I'm level 5. I could do some combats before that point, but I choose to be safe and get my player power up as high as possible for to make things go pretty smoothly. And goblins often get underestimated, their threat level. Every goblin has the Fury of the Small passive, so they do an additional chunk of damage to anyone who isn't small sized or tiny sized. Um, what that means is not only is it extra damage, but if they crit you, that Fury of the Small instance gets doubled up alongside their regular damage. So that can be disastrous if you take a big Fury of the Small hit, and then even a regular hit after that, you don't have that much HP at that point in the game. You're probably dead. Um, even outside of that, certain other goblins, certain specific goblins, have other stuff that's scary. Fezzik, if you fight Fezzik, in the Blighted Village, the guy with the very heavy great axe, well, he's got a passive that lets him attack an additional time. Also, he's using a great axe that has a very large damage dice, d12. Um, you have any goblin using a great axe is scary. Some of them are even battle masters, so they get their superiority die on top of it. Um, a goblin critting you with menacing attack on a great axe, even without Fury of the Small, that is pretty likely to one shot you. And any goblin booyog can cast Ray of Sickness, and if you don't have poison resistance, that is also able to one shot you. There are also goblins that have fire arrows, and a crit of that can one shot you. So be careful taking your combats in the early game. Hey Roxy, how are you? Hey Candy May. Some hold person scrolls. Yep, there are 2 goblins in Act 1 that have hold person scrolls. Good shout. Unexplained level split, sure. I wanted the swarm at level 3. I want extra attack for when I'm outside of my Slayer form. And I want Thief Rogue for the additional bonus action. And it made sense to go to 4 for an extra feat there, and then to 5 for Uncanny Dodge. About the last 2 levels, haven't decided. If I do hit 11 in the Mind Flayer colony, I'd probably take Hexblade so I can slap a Hexblade's Curse on Merkel before I transform. Get that extra 4 damage on each hit for that 10 turns. But that's very much a temporary thing. I don't really have a solid idea for the last 2 levels. The spec will probably change. Maybe I go 2 more in Rogue for evasion, but meh. Was in the hospital. She's doing well. Did adult things today. Oh, well, I hope she recovers soon. I hope it hasn't had too much of an effect on you. I know health of family members and loved ones in general can taking a turn can also affect you. So make sure to take care of yourself. Okay. Evasion's at 7. Yeah. Don't each get something at 7. Yeah, the swarm feature at 7 is something that is interesting. It would allow me to hang out in surfaces, but like I don't really see myself caring too much about that. And I think I'd rather use my bonus action on other things. Like, pretty much with Swarm, if you are not specifically theory crafting around the level 11 feature, I think it is even more of a multi-class centric subclass than Gloomstalker is. Like, Gloom loses its value at 3, but you tend to be doing martial stuff, so you want to go to 5 for extra attack. I think with Swarm, there's even a solid argument for not going to 5. For at least for the parts of it that I'm using. Decided on a favorite swarm. I think, unfortunately, unless you're doing very specific throwing stuff, I think the bees are just bad. I think the bees simply aren't good. So I think it's automatically a competition between jellies and moths. Leaning towards moths just because resonant stone.
Yes, she is cataloging Coatoan fertility rituals.
Partial to jelly. Jelly makes sense. You can scale lightning damage very well. You're saying not the bees? The bees are basically a level 1 rogue sneak attack. Essentially, yes.
Welcome back. Have you made any new discoveries? I do enjoy.
Wondered if bees could be good too if you lean into the piercing bolin thing, but I preferred moss overall. Well, the thing about piercing, psychic, and lightning is they are the 3 damage types that it's easiest to apply Vuln to in this game. So they all have that going for them. But applying between those 3, if you exclude ballast armor, applying piercing is harder. If you include ballast armor, then like sure, that's a route. But that locks down a pretty high impact slot with a good item, but it still locks it down. Bloodthirst is an option too. Bloodthirst makes sense to me for that. But it's less free than Resonant Stone, which counterpoint there. Resonant Stone does not work against some notable enemies. But water bottles are a pretty free way of applying wet to almost everything. And then with doing lightning damage, you can create a surface that can help you out. A surface that you can be immune to if you use the level 7 Swarmkeeper feature. So I do think Jelly has the most going for it overall. That's not to say you can't get value out of bees, but I do think, unfortunately, it's the least mechanically diverse of them. Which is a shame, because I really wanted to do the the prone from the level 11 feature, but I cannot justify pure classing Swarm for that many levels, missing out on other stuff, to get what'll be like a DC 11 prone. DC 11. Because it goes off your spell save DC. And in Slayer form, my wisdom is 10. Eleven's abysmal. Yeah, like on foot at least, you can use spell save DC gear to get that to a much more reasonable point. You can easily stack your acuity past 3, whereas getting it past 3 in Slayer or Wild Shape is not realistic. It's possible, just not realistic. So, like, on foot, you could get the DC of the swarms to a decent point. Which is a direction I do think you could take a caster ranger in. You just focus on spell save DC, and that'll also benefit the consistency of your swarm. But I think for any kind of martial setup, it's just not happening. Caster ranger utilizing lighting arrow to the fullest. Yeah, that's a thing you could do on that. Subclass I haven't soloed yet? Oh, there's a bunch of subclasses I haven't soloed yet. Like, remember, Wizard and Cleric have, like, a lot of subclasses. I haven't done several of the patch 8 ones. Haven't done Wild Magic Sorcerer. Haven't bothered to do Battle Master in solo. I've done it in co-op runs.
No point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
Haven't done Berserker solo because I value my time too much. There's plenty I haven't done. Magic Sorcerer sounds scary to solo. There's an idea for a run that I've been toying around with of playing a Wild Magic Sorcerer as a martial, so you don't have to worry about the surges. It seems like a funny idea. And I may just end up doing that. Favorite instance of wild magic, a whole squad turned into animals who are all dogs except the star and he turned into a cat. He's definitely more cat than dog. But like, I just don't find like I'm a challenge runner, I'm a build crafter, right? Wild magic sorcerer doesn't provide anything to that area of gameplay. It's pure whimsy, and it provides that for people who are into that. But it's not like there's nothing for me to engage with. At least in terms of the wild magic surges. Like, it is entirely random whether the game goes, hey, you cast Enhanced Leap at level 2, Cambion, back to the Nautiloid. Or if it decides to give me the Action Surge, Wild Magic Surge, on every spell I cast in combat for the entire playthrough. Like, theoretically, that could happen. It's not likely, but theoretically that could happen. And like there's nothing for me to engage with that level of like
Of course.
I just don't find it interesting.
I believe there's a cabin near you.
Hi Kevin. only there is some kind of tech that allowed you to nudge the RNG in your favor to be more likely to get the positive effects. Some feature gives you more control over that chaos. I mean, bend luck makes you, like, you can force a surge. It's not necessarily a good surge, though. You don't have control over whether that surge is a positive or negative. You can influence dice rolls at least, but you cannot influence wild magic rolls, can you? Because there are some dice rolls that dice influencing things do not work on in this game. For example, initiative. You can't modify initiative with that stuff. To my knowledge, you can't modify wild magic surge rolls either. You can't modify blink rolls. You can't modify Hexblade's curse rolls. There are some things that just can't be affected in that way.
May you keep. It'll
Saw
take a
something
while
else I
for
wanna buy.
sorcerer. Of course. May you keep.
I'm a fan of Wild Magic Sorcerer, but 100% understand it's just for the silly factor for me, not at all practical. Exactly. Like, I hesitate to ever call it a bad subclass because it's not trying to be good. It's trying to be silly. And it succeeds. Its entire function is to be random, and it's doing that. It's not like Blade Singer, for example, where it's trying to be defensive and it's failing at it.
Memory of Nana at the win.
Wild Magic Barb, at least, is very helpful. There's no major detriment solo. Right. Wild Magic Barb is almost entirely benefit in the surges. And even outside of the surges, you get some helpful things. A Magic Awareness Aura helps your saving throws. You get some spell slot restoration stuff. That can be good for your resource sustain, depending on your build. Got some positives there. It's absolutely a better subclass than Berserker. Giggle every time you say magic awareness now. It's so stupid. It's such a dumb joke, but I love it.
Yes, she is cataloged. I greet you, son child.
Gotta make sure to buy these.
May your travel.
Now that I have Gale, I should...
greet you,
Sorry,
son
Gale.
child.
I should also buy this book. I guess I have no reason not to buy those.
May your travel.
Maybe we can still go back for the others.
No, Blanca. Our work is bigger than any one of us.
What's the book for? Inspiration point. Sage background gets an inspiration by reading certain books. Let's see what Brenna's bag looks like right now. She's still carrying a corpse. Oops. Yeah, we'll do more vendor jail stuff, I think.
Better wait till the hubbub's done.
Sage, kind of the only class that can stick their inspos in a backpack so often. Sage can do it more often than others, but there are still bankable inspos that others can do. Guild Artisan can just delay crafting Vision of the Absolute. They can delay making a Thizzabald poison. They can delay using one of Ethel's potions. Those are all three of those are bankable on Guild Artisan. Dark Urge, you can delay eating dwarf meat.
That's that then.
I don't know half of what they're saying.
Acolyte and Sage can both save the Book of Dead Gods. So yes, that's one for Sage, but it's also one for Acolyte.
Somehow you're worse than last I saw you.
Thanks, boss. We'll be looking a lot worse if not for help from a friend.
Aye, same as us, I expect.
Worry not, friend.
But as you said, Sage does it the most.
Soon enough. Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking. Very well.
Goes the Slay Swarm. Hey, Grim. It goes well. We recruited Gale. Took out a couple more fights. Kind of in vendor
and lest
jail.
we forget, we've a devil to rescue. 2 missions, 1 destination.
Oh, hey, I never had this conversation with Will, I just realized.
Because our relation was no matter of pride. Floric spoke true. I'm a Grand Duke's son. Thank you. What? He all the more reason to find him. And I wanted you to know I'm all for it.
Funny. Yeah, I've used a spell slot. Look who texts me when it's time to start. Good thing I need the money. Ugh, sorry, Sarah. Yeah, I hope you have an acceptable day. Aiming for realistic. Hey, Spice Undead. Want to kiss Will? Same, yeah.
I don't know half of what they're saying.
Ripple bar.
Often never talk to him and find out who his dad is at the coronation. That's hilarious. I'm gonna have to do that.
Welcome
Trying solo
back.
Hexblade.
Have
Don't know
you
why.
made any
Kind of
new
feels
discoveries?
kind of weird. Weird in what way?
I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
What does weird mean here? I'm having an acceptable day. Hey, it can only improve from there. Well, it hopefully will improve from there. There's no special dialogue. The quest log simply updates and talks like you knew. Boo. Using Ruby Spite, killed a mushroom, shredded parasite in 3 seconds. All 3 health bars are gone faster than I can blink. Yeah. Yeah, Parasite has a recursive damage loop thing that can happen. Did you have any ricochet effects? I'm playing Date Everything, How to Consume My Life. Saw a couple people on my sidebar playing that. Play the angles? Yeah, it's that. You probably got a ricochet from Parasite back to an ad, and then back to Parasite.
We'll be clear. No point in lingering now. I've got the
And
noble
having that happen off of a gun that has anything resembling decent base damage, it's just gonna one-shot the boss. Do need more smoke powder bombs. So we take those. All bosses with ads I win? Yeah. Let's solve another one of those. I don't need to carry the adamantine splint right now, I guess.
better wait till the hubbub's died down.
Don't know where the elixir of acid resistance might be useful, but it's nice that I have it. I already killed a strange ox, so like,
Welcome back. Have you made... I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection, very... Welcome back.
Or spike bulbs.
I greet you, son child.
I don't really need the void bulbs as much, but I may as well get them. Better to have a surplus than a deficiency, right? I don't think Lop is a fan of mine at this point. And apparently I need, right, I need the strength from the halberd to not be encumbered with all the shit I'm carrying. Alright, weight management. What are we cutting? I don't really need this many spike bulbs on me. I don't really need the tiny health pots. Or to have somewhat less holy water. We'll send half the void bulbs. Have Have those. Have those. Hate managing weight IRL and in this game.
Individual doesn't seem particularly fun.
Well, you're fine. It was just a series of traumatic brain injuries. Nobody's perfect, man.
Need any advantage I can get. Softer than a whisper. Never wanted the easy path.
Wish I took a higher strength build, both IRL and in game. Yeah, I feel that.
Keep it together.
Guillermo, you gonna jump, brother? No? Okay. I guess I still need to open up Zarel's inventory. Or, Zarel's stash and Landharp's inventory. And then, like that stuff.
It'll take a while for us all, of course.
But Aaron is like, hey, you're shopping with me. Like, okay. I can do that.
May
Does Burr's bonus frost slow enemies or freeze them? It can. But like it's gonna be a pretty small percentage of your damage, so not realistically. Like by the time that's gonna start happening, you've probably killed them. Let's put it that way.
I don't know half of what they're saying, but at least they're peaceful.
Yeah, this is gonna be a longer stint of vendor jail here because I want enough universal res for Wargaz, Voss, Yurgir, and then probably for Moonrise plus Act 3 finale. We're gonna be here for a bit. If I move efficiently, finish Act 2 today.
Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private
I can stop buying Cloud Giant fingers. They're useless to me. Cloud Giant is, at this point, just for carry weight outside of Slayer.
I greet you, son child. May your
Not as bad as it could have.
Man, I love Athlete. Even with only 22 strength, athlete enhanced leap is 47-meter jumps.
Will be no point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
I need more invis. I have 30. Yeah, invis pot carry weight is starting to matter, which is how you know I have too many. Should be checking Cyril too. Forgot she's alive. Hey Don. I'm hungry. If I get the free sub with my points, gonna be beef parm. That sounds good. I go for a sandwich. I don't really know any sandwich places around here though that I like trust. I mean, the real answer is just make the fucking thing myself, but it's like meal prep and River doesn't have time for that.
Seems this individual your offer.
Okay, well I guess I'm buying more of this stuff.
Don't want to draw any attention.
Carry weight is the true final boss of the game.
Press ahead.
Like, I might start playing human more. Just for their carry weight increase. Yeah, you can grab that soul coin through the roof. I am that lazy.
I'm still looking to shift some supplies. Don't have much to spare, but it's more than we can carry.
I should take mirror image, actually. That would be smart. Doing an alchemist fires. Fine, I guess.
In
Said this before, but chat will not be mad if you use an infinite carry weight mod. I know. But I would be dissatisfied with that. Because it would affect how I value certain things in the game. Carry weight passives. The strength stat. Because, like, all the people who say, yeah, you don't need strength, are running around with 8 strength, 3 pack mules in a full party playthrough, and then also have infinite carry weight mods on top of that. It's like, well, that's why you think you don't need strength. This is also why people think strength elixirs are OP. When they're not. They're just fine. They're far from the most game-affecting thing you could have in your elixir slot, even. So I like, still remaining in touch with the balance of things. If that makes sense. Just have the Giants Club. I have 3 more strength than that gives, and I'm having carry weight problems. So my point stands. It'd be far stronger if there wasn't one single elixir slot. They'd still be in competition with other things. Like, Elixir of the Colossus is directly competing with strength elixirs for level of impact. Bloodlust is elephant in the room. Battle Mage. Hell, if you could have even 3 elixir slots, I would find myself going something like Bloodlust, Colossus, and then I'd have a floater. On a caster build, probably be Battle Mage, Bloodlust, and at that point, maybe I go Strength Elixir for carry weight purposes exclusively, but again, Colossus can also achieve that depending on what I need. There's Tadpole Elixir for getting a source of advantage early on. Even. It'd be super competitive. Hey Don, thank you for gifting sub to Nemolian. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Nemolian, enjoy the emote sad review, all the good stuff, and welcome back. Used to do 8 strength party, of course. Now I'm physically ill at less than 14 strength. It's hard, man.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Very well. Welcome back.
I greet you,
Pantsless
son
mod so you can
John.
walk around swinging your dick like an arrogant hero. There are dick physics in this game. Just saying. Loving your channel. Appreciate that. Same, I've gotten into the habit of respecting all the companions to have 10 to 12 strength just for carry weight and jump distance, because on my first run I was getting so tired of Star and Gale and Will being auto across chasms. Yeah, the jump distance thing is especially annoying. Like, I noticed that in early playthroughs, certain people in the group just couldn't keep up without having good strength. Like, the AI has trouble crossing the river over by where you meet Scratch and Karlach. The 8-strength boyos have a lot of difficulty there. If you don't manually pilot them. And even then, it's very precise. What mod manager do I use for Absolute Wrath? Does it fuck up in-game menu mods? I use the third-party BG3 mod manager. For my more complex load orders. And no, it works fine with in-game mod manager. Also had a glitch, question mark, in my first playthrough, where Star and Shard just jumped in the chasm in the tunnel. That's great. I'm sorry that happened, but that's genuinely hilarious. Leave my group over the river, go through the woods, over to Ethel's house where she roughly handles my head. Amen, brother.
It seems this individual your offer appears.
Or it's Pride Month. Gay men, brother.
I don't need any attention right now.
all those off.
Let's be on my way. I have something to ask.
Thanks, Bob. We'll be looking
She
around.
is cataloged.
Welcome back. Have you made any
I download the mods that are
discoveries?
in-game, then I close the game to use the B23 mod manager to fix the load order. Afterwards, I don't touch the in-game mod manager again.
I
Yeah,
do
that's the
enjoy
play,
a good
what Nico said.
bargain, if anything in my private collection is to your liking. Very well.
They're saying. At least they're peaceful.
Oh, we're not talking about anything that's available on console when we refer to B23 mod manager, Machete. Usually differentiate between the in-game one by calling it in-game, and then the third-party B23 mod manager. And the third-party one is not on console.
All right then. Out of sight, out of mind. What's in here?
Make Morning Frost now. Guess we could take a break from Vendor Jail and go fight the owlbear real quick.
Moving ahead. Might be useful. Open up.
No, I'm not fully buffed for this. No, I don't really need to be. Let's do Viciousness.
No time to rest. Owlbear trap.
Time to get 40 XP for 2 owlbears. Or 2 zombies. Or 40 Marinas. And my one review now. Rage for me. You got this. I'm not worried at all, but I'm still crossing my fingers, toes, and butt.
That stench. Dead owlbear prey, no doubt.
Breathe quiet. Move with care. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Mars cat.
Teleport's so nice. forgot to turn Call the Week on for this one. Oh, well, I could have done this already, but it's fine. The dialogue didn't trigger. Yeah, maybe it's fine. No vertical check on the teleport. Looks like you'd only go 5 feet, 10 feet horizontal, teleport like 30 feet up. Yeah, it's just a horizontal check. So going up, it's the same distance as long as it's at the same point on the x-axis. However, going down, you actually get a range increase because of the way this game engine works. Targeting anything from high ground gets a range increase. That's kind of a holdover from how Divinity Original Sin 2 worked. It's still it's the same game engine, so it's still there. So you can get more range out of the teleport from high ground. If I really wanted to maximize it, I'd be making crate towers all the time, but that's effort.
Looks like there's a little shrine over there. Still alive. Progress.
No, my XP that I don't care about. Alright, now we long rest. Productive day. Gale has not yet asked me for a second item, by the way.
Gale slurped that thing up like a horse with a carrot. I hope he got what he needed from it.
I love that line so much. Hey, man.
Able to speak through the small.
All I know is I thought of you when I saw... I'll never forget him.
Very helpful when you mentioned you need 16 strength to open the gate with the minimum with enhanced sleep. I think you can do it with 12 with enhanced sleep. I think 12 with enhanced sleep. But I'm shaky on that number.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Have you made any new...
Alright, the idea is I want to have 6 universal resolutions. I think I feel comfy at 6. So once I'm good there, we go back to fighting things.
Very well.
I greet you, son child.
This is also affording me the opportunity to stock up on other things. Having a stock of spike bulbs just makes sense because getting them is very difficult once I don't have a melon around. There's like a couple you can find. There's equivalents you can find, scrap and shrapnel grenades. There's a couple of those in Act 3. But the big thing is, even after I save Omelum from the Iron Throne, to actually trade with them, I have to disguise as a new person each time. So technically I would only be able to trade with him as many times as I have individual people. So that would be as many disguises as I can do on me, and then I would have to start bringing companions and then disguising them. Like, that's a whole thing. Or I would have to steal from him, which I could do. It's just also a whole thing. And as you can see, my consumable stockpile is starting to get to a level where carrying anything is difficult.
Will be no point in lingering now. I've got the noble
It's not. Are you? Am I getting a headache? I'm dehydrated. Gotta get some water. I'll do it in a little bit.
This'll do wonders for.
Another Glomp knockout. It's been a while for me. Is there still the Merchant Bags exploits? There's always some variety of that. I don't know what the current tech is. It changes patch to patch because people never shut up about it, so Larian prioritizes fixing that over, like, anything that matters. But what I'm doing here with backpacks is I'm stopping vendor inventories from refreshing the items that are in the bag, so I can buy those later. What I'm doing with Glomp here is he always drops his money on death or being knocked unconscious. So I buy anything that is of value from him, and then knock him out.
That's a friendly-looking shadow.
And we've printed money.
Very well. Seems like a good moment to talk.
Thanks, boss. We'll be looking at it.
The modding community has further convinced me how damn good Larian's art team is. Characters remain recognizable. Yeah.
I do enjoy a good bargain, if anything in my private collection is to your liking.
We're up to 10,000 gold. Probably don't need to be paying visits to Glomp anymore. Will I keep doing it? It's likely. But I don't need to. Also do some silly stuff with Freezing Sphere. I'm gonna not buy that specifically so I don't throw. Not a fan of mods that change the appearance of NPCs. That's just me. I really
Recognize the
question the
feathered
mole one.
creature.
The mole one
It's the
gives me some
owlbear
very
clan you've
bad
rescued.
vibes. Like, maybe the modder ain't a weirdo, but most of the people who download that are.
The cub's eyes lock onto the creature as he approaches.
The mole appearance changer, there's one that makes Mole a teenager with the adult body model.
Have you made any new discoveries?
And I can't think of any reason why you would want that mod,
Welcome back.
other than the
I do
worst case
enjoy a
scenario.
good bargain. If
So,
anything in my private collection is to your liking.
yeah.
I greet you, son child.
How is your more personal research progressing?
I still know nothing about Expedition 33. Christina, no spoilers or anything. It will likely be stream content. But there's always that group somewhere. Funniest mod ever is the one that got rid of Astarian's cakes. A man with ass, too woke. Like, it's so fucking stupid. And like, that's not exaggeration. So Black is not exaggerating. There is literally a mod that sets out to make BG3 less woke, and it just takes Astarian's ass. It just makes it flat. That's the mod. Like, I was like meme material only. You see, you're approaching that from the perspective of a rational person, not these insane weirdos who are obsessed with this is woke, that's woke. Anything I don't like is woke. And like, it goes deeper than anything I don't like, because let's see. If you think something that's inhibiting your enjoyment of the game is that you can't stop looking at the vampire twink cheeks, maybe you have some deeper stuff you need to explore about yourself. just a thought.
We've had some rest.
Why can't men be cheeked up? Because that makes people have to confront things about themselves that they haven't thought about. My ass is built for performance, not comfort. Starin's built for both. Mine's built for neither.
The cub holds out his leg, revealing a ragged wound. As the wound closes,
Could knock out the cub for 20 XP here, but I don't care. BBL and big naturals for every body type mod. was browsing mods for playthrough ideas yesterday, and like there's multiple BBL Shadowheart mods, and I'm like, do you not, did you not see? I was born broke, got it from my mom. Same, brother.
Perhaps Ammonium is... Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
If I may suggest a very silly future run concept, make a Bjorn origin run. Say did that. Say okay did that. Twice even. He did Bjorn run, then he did a level 1 Bjorn run. Actually, they were both level 1. He did level 1 Bjorn, and then he did level 1 Bjorn on the Impossible Challenge. Just to prove a point. It's hard to embrace the shadows when your booty's too thick. Yeah, you just keep failing stealth checks.
Could they accomplish? Welcome back.
I greet you, son.
Almost spit on my coffee. Sorry, Tyloops. But like, they're clearly not playing the same game, right? Like, if you think Shadowheart needs any assistance back there, you clearly haven't seen the camera struggle to include anything other than her ass in her entire storyline. It's like a sizable percentage of the screen. I'm at level 10 at this point in the game. You have free access to the Wilderness / Underdark, the Mountain Pass, and the Shadow Curse lands until you go into the Act 2 finale. You can go between the maps. So I've already been through a lot of Act 2 and stuff. And I do a lot of XP optimization. So, yeah. We're on track to be... We'll hit level 11 right before fighting Merkel. Thank you, you're very welcome. Welcome in. Same camera like Miranda in Mass Effect. Yeah. Definitely the same energy there. He's like, who's clap? We're at the point where carry weight from my key ring might matter. There's still He Who Was. I don't think I'm even gonna bother to do that quest, like, correctly. I think I'll just kill him. I'm doing well enough on XP that I don't need to do it right. Well, I'm conscious right now. Yes. Right. Get Clinging Shadows going. Boots of Striding going. Now let's go get Shield of Faith. Pass Without Trace, as all in your face. It's the same picture. I would use a spell slot on either.
Intestines throb, blood whispers.
Dong Strider. Shield of Thralls. I pick an elixir. Maybe I do actually do heroism. So I'll have to re-shield of thralls. Let's go kill he who was.
Anything you want to say?
Boots of Striding just straight up didn't work on Stars Road. Wonder if there's some Starry Form interaction. Could be. I know you may be tired of explaining what's the easiest way to get Helldust. Made the electric surface, he teleported out, and traveling a mountain pass could not avoid the conversation. So if you're doing the electrified water method, Chief, you need to have a cutscene that triggers automatically when you enter that forced rest where Raphael is. That's the reason for the electrified water. If you do not have an option for that, and the options for that are either the dirge scene where the bard shows up, or either version of Mizora showing up for Will's storyline. So those are your options. So Mizora and Dirge each have 2 variations of a cutscene that you can use there. But if those aren't available, don't use the electrified water method. You would want to use something like Caustic Brine that makes Raphael go away immediately, and then you'd use a method of making him unable to talk to you while you're hitting him. And also start a dialogue with anyone before the electrocute tick happens. That requires a lot of precision, a level of precision that I'm not confident I could pull off. Best bet is Carlax since he spawned right next to her. I'm sure Mick has pulled that off. Make sure to go watch Mick. That's something I've never attempted, but that's an option.
Mind never quiet.
I get lost. I think I got lost because the map looks so different without Isabel's barrier. Yeah, I fully just got lost. Beating Raphael this early in the games or remove the rest of the story missions? No, it doesn't affect it at all. Not if you knock him out. You can't do anything other than knock him out, Baneblade. Raphael is, like, unkillable before fighting him in the House of Hope. He just can't die. He's got some of the strongest plot protection. Like, Raphael and Withers are flat out unkillable. Withers used to be killable in a very brief window of time at the end of Act 2. You could even kill Mizora easier than you can kill those two. Fuck you, bird. Good fight. We kill Isabel for Slayer form? We did. This is stupid. Shouldn't be doing that. I'm just trying to get more value out of Slayer. Oh, I can go fight Squire, I guess. Good fight. Library? I should be fine here as long as I don't accidentally trigger the chain lightning trap.
Nothing of value comes easy.
Yes, I do.
Overcome my trials. Hey, Book of Many Things. Pop in, first thing I see is Slayer jumping on a dog. Yeah. Any benefit hitting 5 before Grimforge? XP. Exploration XP scales with your level, and not only is it, good to just maximize before grabbing spots, there's a sort of proportional bump in how much you get at levels 5 and 8. So if you're gonna grab any exploration spots in Act 1, in order to get to something that you need, such as critical hit immunity, it's wise to do that at level 5. Sorry, one more thing. My friend and I did the Raphael thing, then Thar raided the Grove, got back from Mountain Pass, everyone in Goblin Camp Grove were gone. Yeah, because you're not supposed to leave the map. To force the raid, it going outside of the wilderness Underdark does, yes. It resolves the Tiefling versus Goblin Leader conflict. The way you see some of us seemingly going in the mountain pass and coming back without that having progressed is by use of a specific conversation you can have with Karlach, where it puts you back in Act 1 without having progressed time. Crazy that that worked. What can silence?
I was just spitballing. Yeah, that's a good text explanation of some of your options there. There's a chain lightning trap.
this one. Hey, GG, thank you for the raid. Much appreciated. How was your stream? What'd you get up to? You were running around in Act 3, right? Welcome, Raiders. If you don't know me, I'm Quag. I do BG3 challenge runs. Currently doing my first Swarmkeeper Ranger. Figured I'd be interesting with it and do a Slayer form focused build. So we're running around at level 10, just cleaning up. Kind of some late Act 2 stuff. Still got a few major fights to do. Major fights. 28 strength in the Slayer form and all sorts of fun stuff we can do. It's been enjoyable. Where to next? Act 3 game crash of the brain fight right as we're gonna summon another ally. It said updating to Steam Cloud and that's taking a minute. I'm sorry about the crash. That's frustrating. Well, hopefully it lets you back in. Oh no, I have the silence bug. Visual bug. I need to get a different form of silence to get rid of this. Cool. Forgot I had the spell. Three inspos. What can I do to get one right now? Guess I could go get the Blood of Lathander. It's a decent use of my time. Alright, Shart, you gotta equip that Hill Giant Club. I can't have you not carrying stuff. Come on. Be a team player. Thank you. Where's the name Quag from? Come from? Just random name generator. 13 years ago. Doesn't mean anything.
On my way.
Shart's already carried enough as it is. You thought you were a Quagsire fan? I do like Quagsire, and I am a Pokemon fan. But that was a coincidence.
Anything of use?
Quagsire redeems just a coincidence? Yeah. Quite useful at games. I like it.
Let's see what this does.
The longest time I was reading your username as guac, like a fun way to spell guacamole. You're not the first one. That's actually pretty common. I've also seen people read it as quack, so like instead of the G, it's another Q. Famales, tamales type of thing. Did I derive my name? Random name generator. I was in need of a character name for an MMO I was playing at the time, so I pulled up a random name generator, clicked until I didn't hate it, and it gave me Quag. Hey, Kels, thank you for that 9 months. Baby time? Alright, you're naming it and feeding it. And, you know, basically it's entirely your responsibility.
Baby time.
Thank you for the 9 months. I'll pass? Oh. Okay, who wants it?
Never a dull moment.
Anything you want to say? Any.
Sent to the mines, they hear they're in all the rage among the youth. The children do yearn for the mines. I think that's why Drake is so enthusiastic about miners, right?
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Go on Elixir Peerless Focus here, so can't be put to sleep.
Something's on my mind.
Go on, find someone
Child
else
labor
to
laws
play
are
with.
ruining this country in SMH. I agree.
I'm not
Kids
going
should
back.
absolutely have to work
I like
more.
it here. Made a family for myself.
We need to get rid of those
Play all
pesky
the
child
time.
labor laws. Someone's gonna clip that.
Yes, I don't.
Wherever Oliver.
Hope you have a great stream today. Thanks, Gigi. I hope your day improves from here. Oh, hi, Elminster. Wonder if Elminster would help me against Oliver. I don't want to risk him joining the wrong side.
My thanks for your excellent guidance. I hope you... Why? Some bread. Flair? I'm here. Do not thank me for it. Mr. is aware. That is why I have come for that. You must find. To you, I commit an... Farewell.
Return Dome? I'm not that dialed in right now, Trade. Kinda chilling. Every child should be given a pickaxe when they're born. Now, every child should have to pay the state for a pickaxe when they're born.
Best be on my way.
If children didn't yearn for the mines, why is Minecraft so popular? Got him, Sindraco. How are you? Well, stealth was not supposed to be successful.
This calls for careful footwork.
Rolling 19 through disadvantage to pass the DC 21 stealth check. Like, oh, okay, sure. Sure, man. So much elixirs now. That was not how I planned that going. But we take those.
Cutting to the chip.
I'll make my own fun if I have to. And my own friends.
I read my name in full correctly. 110% confidence. Well, I can't take credit. I've heard Mark pronounce your name, so, you know. They won't have money yet, but that's okay. They can just work off their pickaxe debt. They'll have to choose between their pickaxe debt and their lunch debt, which is why we should also get rid of public schools, so they don't have to worry about their lunch debt. Curious why the owlbear only earlier, spider much earlier. Is the owlbear just that strong in solo water? Lack of reward is the real reason. The owlbear is only 20 XP. The spider is substantially more than that, but it's also right next to the gem for the Necromancy of Thay. So like I stole the gem earlier in the run, but the spider's more reward. You get like 10 I can't speak. 10 times the XP from the spider encounter as you do from the owlbear encounter. Gotten bugged Ethel 2 times in a row now, and I previously never encountered it, so you got her bugged as well. Anything recent patch or something? No, she's just been doing that since patch 7. Ace work. It's not even a patch 8 thing, it's a patch 7 thing that didn't go away. Still don't really know what causes it. Play this game no combat, is that possible? You can do it with almost no combat. You can do it in a way where, like, you are put in combat, but you don't participate. There's a couple of mandatory places where you are put in a turn order in combat. So you can't avoid that. But, like, you can get through the game without killing anything in combat. There's 2 instances where an NPC ally you have in that fight does have to win the fight for that to happen. But you can play the game mostly pacifist if you wanted to. Super jump Gale speedrun, no combat. Yeah, I guess you have that category. Fuck, that's ridiculous. The kids need education. They can work the mines after school. Oh, okay. Charter school, right? How do you get past Merkel? So, you don't actually need to fight Merkel. What you need is for the game to recognize that Ketheric has been defeated at least once. And then you can go to Act 3. The game will automatically put Ketheric's Netherstone in your inventory upon your entrance to Act 3. But what you need the game to do is allow you to use the exit to Act 2. And the way you do that without beating Merkel is you beat Ketherick on the roof, you go to the Mind Flayer colony, and then you dollyport out, and then you walk to Act 3.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Playing Rogue on my tabletop last night for 3 turns in a row. I rolled double ones on my level 3 sneak attacks. I wanted to cry. Oof. There'll be no job since every job will be taken by automation AI, so they don't need education either. No, that's true. That's true. The worth a playthrough of each main character? In my opinion, yes. I would absolutely say so. Yes, and don't let anyone tell you the one character's origin story is better than another. They're all fantastic and unique. Yeah, I think they're all worth experiencing.
And away I go.
Speed that up a bit. Out of curiosity, how bad good is Hex is even usable after level 5? This is bait, right? No bad questions, of course. But, like, serious question?
Why could I'm not leaving? Even when it was scared, but would he even want me?
To answer, Hex is such an impactful part of increasing damage that the final form of most damage optimization becomes, now how can I put Hex on it? Saw a TikTok where that's the opinion. It's a concentration spell, so much better spells to concentrate on. Such as what? I know this isn't your opinion you're defending, Nico. Like, I know that you're not... You're good. This isn't directed to you, but like what? X is an extra d6 of necrotic damage on every attack roll you do that connects with the target. If that attack roll crit, it's 2d6. If that attack roll had a DRS attached to it, that is a damage rider that counts as a damage source,
then Hex applied to that too. So for example, let's say I had Hex. Let's say I shot an arrow of fire at a target. Let's say I had the Crater Flesh gloves, and let's say I also, I crit. Hex would be 2d6 on the piercing, 2d6 on the fire, 2d6 on the, force. So, that, it's just 1d6, well, no it isn't. If I was playing a retaliation damage build where the goal was to get enemies to hit me to take damage, Hex will individually go on each retaliation effect I have. So you get Hex on Armor of Agathis, you get Hex on Fire Shield, you get Hex on Ironbind Shield, you get Hex on Flesh Melter Cloak, you get Hex on Bone Spike Garb. 5 instances of Hex. Again, if I got crit, 2d6 on each of those instead of 1d6. Hex is on your bonus action. Hex can be reapplied after the target that it was placed on dies, so it's extremely efficient at all points in the game. Unlike Hunter's Mark, Hex works on spells. Hex works on unarmed. It is not just for weapon attacks and throws. Hex is fully one of the most impactful damage increasing spells in the entire game. And it fully justifies a 1-level Warlock dip on a lot of builds. I hate using the B word, but Hex is one of the best spells in the game. Only an extra d6. Good for Lockton, good for everyone. If you are doing attack rolls, Hex is good. It's that simple. Arcane elixirs exist as well for the next line that Hex has no upcast benefits. Right, like, there's this weird idea that, but it's just a first level spell and you're using your Warlock spell slot on it. Yet your Warlock spell slots are all the same spell level. No matter what level you are, they are the same. Now they scale up with your character level, but they are all equal within the fact that they are Warlock spell slots. And even in a world where your Warlock spell slots are all 5th level, Hex is still worth it. Because think about it this way. Let's say you're a Fiend Warlock. You have 5th level Scorching Ray is something you can do. Don't forget, Hex gives disadvantage on all saves for 1 stat. No, it gives disadvantage on checks, not saves. Disadvantage on checks is a lot less useful than disadvantage on saves, but it can still be used. But let's say you're a Fiend Warlock, and you have Scorching Ray. You could Hex someone, and then get the benefit of that Hex on each individual hit of that Scorching Ray. 5th level Scorching Ray is, what, 6 hits? 5, 6? Right, because it's 3, and then you get 1 more per upcast level, so it's 5. No, it's 2nd level. It is 6. I was right. So you get 6 hits, each that can get Hex on them. And for any that crit, Hex benefit doubles. So, like, massive value. Let's buy that. How good do you say Warlock is for a first-time honor mode run? Torn between Monk, hearing how damn good it is, and Warlock, since the class probably most familiar with. Especially with the information that it's what you're most familiar with, Machete, Warlock.
Ever at your service.
As good as Monk is, Warlock has versatility. Monk can have that too, but Warlock innately has so much versatility that you can build it in a lot more directions than you can build a Monk when you are newer to that sort of thing. It's very customizable. You could play it as a spellcaster, you could play it as a martial, you could play it as a summoner, you could play it as a debuffer, you could play it as skill check oriented. Like, you've got a lot of flexibility in there. And notably, the gearing is a little more straightforward as a warlock than it is as a monk. But the correct answer is always going to be what you're most comfortable on for a first time solo. So because of that, a wholehearted endorsement of warlock. Someone said if you play Shadow Monk, right, it's better than Open-Hand Monk. Is this true? Better at what? Context matters. Each monk subclass has its own area in which it can outdo the others. Like, if you're looking at maximum damage from a single hit, Shadow Monk and Four Elements Monk can both peak higher than Open Hand if you're looking at damage on one hit. But, like, that's not everything. So we're talking about damage per round. Damage per round is going to be, in a practical setting, it is a competition between Four Elements and Open Hand, and either can win. We need more information. In an impractical setting, Shadow Monk is still competing there because Shadow Strike is absurd damage. It's action intensive, it's very conditional. Like, you need to be hidden when clicking Shadow Strike, and it's super key point intensive. It is not a practical damage option in the same way Fangs of the Fire Snake and just having manifestations and key resonance over on Open Hand is. If you introduce more targets to the fight, the more targets you have in the fight, the higher Open Hand goes over others. So, like, there's parameters. What I'm hearing is Open Hand is kind of overrated and all monk subclasses are really good. Yes. Open Hand is both very good and overrated. Both things can be true. But Monk as a whole is good. Every Monk subclass is good. Even Drunk Monk, which is comfortably the least desirable of the Monk subclasses, is still good, because at the end of the day, it's a Monk. But, between Shadow, Four Elements, and Open Hand, depending on the situation, any of those three can take top DPR. You need to establish parameters. Four Elements gets shafted too much in Theorycraft, and then haha, look, you could be Avatar and I hate that. Put some respect on Fangs. People don't know about Fangs, because, like, they hear, you know, the TikTok, Reddit, YouTube Shorts takes of Four Elements bad. It's unsubstantiated and also created by people who probably have never even booted the game. Like, they heard from a tabletop buddy that it's bad, and they're like, oh, it must be bad in BG3 too. Fangs of the Fire Snake is one of the most fucked up, singularly busted, absolutely batshit insane, why is this the way it is, abilities in the game. Like, it is entirely carrying Four Elements as a subclass. Like, you only have gimmicks outside of that. But it is simply that good. Fangs, by itself, puts Four Elements up at a level where it can outdamage Open Hand, which is generally known to be one of the more DPR-heavy subclasses in the game. There's a lot of Chain Lightning now. I'm just Chain Lightning your gear. Nope out of that one. Maybe.
An order.
Doesn't Four Elements also synergy with Barb? I mean, it's not really that as much as Four Elements spells aren't spells. Shadow Monk has the same property. Monk spells are not spells at all.
Arsonist Oil Fangs is a war crime. True. Marco Heschker boosted Fangs of the Fire Snake.
Your role in her design. General Thorm's prayers and preparations.
Even you decide.
Excellent timing. The goblins. No.
Her mind, tongues of.
I see you like.
They can be used as a weave slot in Blade Singer, though. Though I didn't have them proccing Harmonic, etc.
Every emotion soaks into her mind's palette. But there is purpose to her exploration. She is searching.
I've never clicked this option.
Of your faith.
Lash her with the atrocities you've conducted.
The absolute fills your mind. But you have doubt and anger in your heart, not love.
Oh, yeah, this is not a good option to click. Even though this is only DC 6, having to roll again, good line. Intrusive thoughts, yeah.
Your emotions. When you come to her, you must allow her love to push out all other feeling, or she will consume you. I have already. She gave me everything I wanted. That's it. Play along. The relic, but we have lost contact with him. It is.
She's suddenly nervous.
Got the insight.
On edge. Talking about the relic makes her anxious.
Persuasion. Big lady? Yeah, big lady.
General Thorm will not leave Moonrise without.
Give me more support.
Talk to the bug. Then he must have failed.
Cool. So now I can talk to Lantarb and get the expanded inventory. The reason why I popped a Potion of Mind Reading is because failing the persuasion or failing the insight there, basically you have the option to do detect thoughts here, after succeeding insight either out there or in here, and it's only DC 9, whereas the persuasion is 18. However, the downside of failing the detect thoughts is Zarel goes permanently hostile, so it's definitely something you want to be prepared for.
Witnessed assaulting.
Another parasite. Collect it. It might be useful.
Ah, it was the guard in here that got called downstairs. Nice. You know, I do want the smoke. Flare bad, yeah. So bad. I expected I would need to commit a lot more in the way of resources for the fights that I just did. By the way, regarding smoke, they even patch gaseous form not be crowd controllable. When I see the creatures gaseous form get triggered. I mean, it doesn't really make sense that gaseous form can be crowd controlled, but it doesn't specifically have immunity to that. No. Save to go prone must not be very high. It's not. It's only DC 12 right now. I could improve it with a battle mage elixir, but only slightly. Let you make it over to me. Their spell save is always charisma. I don't think it is. Let's see. $15. I had 3 acuity at the time. Yeah, no, if it was charisma, that'd be 14. It's whatever your casting stat is. And that matters because if it's charisma, it's lower. You rolled like shit, brother. I did. Didn't expect to make that much progress with Moonrise Guards with this transformation, but I'll take it.
What's hiding here?
9k left. We're doing very well on XP.
Can't slow down.
Speaking of Ball's Emblem, as someone who played BG1 and 2, how noticeable, how big of a giveaway is that you briefly see it light up below Dirge in the character creation origin speech? I didn't notice. I mean, I suspected the whole time because, like, it's pretty obvious thematically, but I didn't notice that. So I'll admit having 12 strength is definitely manageable, but very annoying in a solo run. Yeah. For sure. Guess let's go do self-same trial. Loving the music. Yeah, Andy, for some reason I have Act 2 finale music outside of the finale on this save. That happens sometimes.
Better not be cursed.
The bowl contains an ancient.
Do I have my training sword? I do. Get big.
How many die today? How many die tomorrow? I can do better. I must.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Can they duplicate Mum's Slayer? I don't think so. That would be fun.
Prime spot for an ambush.
You missed? Sir.
Softer than a whisper. With haste.
Logically think, hey, if I had to fight myself, we would both lose. I'm weak. You know what? Same.
Let's see.
In the market for something special?
Where did Roland find the booze? He makes his own. Hey, shiniest. Just love the hostage tieflings. Hey, I saved them. I guess I'll actually do this other trial while I'm here. Oh, no, that's a lie. I'm gonna come back and do that when I have my branding smite back. Should be a freebie on one of them.
What's up for discussion? Not lost your nerve, I hope. I tend to remove those from my creations. Too much fuss. I think not.
Need that. What happens if you get Mole here during the moment she's kidnapped? She doesn't get kidnapped, though. But in any version of events where Mole is not kidnapped by the time the Act 2 finale happens, then she leaves anyway. She leaves a note like, hey, don't follow me. The implication being she took Raphael's deal and then fucked off.
Pave my path with corpses, build my castle with bones.
The lurky a bit. Enjoy the lurky.
Don't waste a step. Cursed to put my hands on everything.
Another bowl bearing the.
What am I supposed to... Never wanted the easy path.
Five on 2d6. So, I talk about how inconsistent smites are, and why, like, reroll effects are really good there because they're a very limited resource, and you need to be sure you get good value out of them if you're going to bother using them at all. That's why Divine Smite is shit. Now, unlike Divine Smite, Branding Smite will at least get Titan Weapon. So that's what that extra 6 is there. And Callous Glow for another 2, and I attacked a Vuln enemy. So we still got some amount of damage out of this, but I rolled 5 on 2d6. Below average. If you are playing a Smite-based character, get reroll effects. So that's Savage Attacker, that's Great Weapon Fighting Style, that's using weapons that have Brace, that's using Knife of the Undermountain King, it's using Twist of Fortune. Reroll effects are your friend.
They should all be running. Can't risk being in with you. On my way. Don't mind if I do. How much farther can I go?
I'd be happy having a long rest, a bunch to get your spell slots back. Yeah, that too. Alright, I don't need to do the other trial, because there's no XP associated with that. And I'm not a background that gets an inspo from doing it.
No traps, please.
8.6k. For reference, there's 5.5k, give or take, depending on inspo background and what you do as Evlor, in the Mind Flayer colony, the Act 2 finale. There's 1,000 for fighting Balthazar in the Shadowfell, and there's about 2,000 for having the jail fight that is there if you don't kill Dame Aelin. So we're already fine on XP. To hit 11 pre-Merkle. Anything else I do from here, optimization-wise, is simply for the sake of optimization. Still have to Yurig as well. We could hit 11 for Yurig here, honestly. I think people found out-of-bounds areas full of items, just teleport them into an NPC's inventory so they can give it to you, so you can't get it early. Yeah, that's how a lot of games work. Dev rooms.
What's in here?
There's a speedrun strat that involves following Orin into one of those rooms. I don't know if that's done on the current route. You know what I love most about Oscar Febres? He gives 75 XP when you kill him. That is his best quality. What do I have left? Orgaz Voss. See how Bryn is doing on supplies.
I should speak up.
Lord, suppose it's time we dealt with the Hollyphant in the room. You have questions for me? I She revealed herself to me. I sought to cross her back. We come now to the what? What if? Here.
You into its teeth. It's
Sarah, as long as I absorb traces of the wheat.
That will fit in my pack.
Absolutely loving Shadowcloak during my run. It's very good.
This vessel,
The druid for the...
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times. Got a long road ahead.
First time I heard him say that he'd erupt, lost my shit with laughter. Do you think it would have been better or worse if Gale said, I'm a bus? I feel like it would be somehow less funny. Nothing will ever beat Gale slurped that thing up like a horse with a carrot. Yeah. I agree. Always fascinating to see how stuff works off screen. It's like getting to see stagehands scurrying around to make a theater production work. That's a good point of comparison. Right. Still need more universal res than I have, but I could Yerg. Current supply.
This vessel is at thy...
Shall I?
Another step forward.
It's very bold. I think I will. The question is, do I go protection from missiles or protection from evil and good? I think I go protection from missiles because it'll also work as DR.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. Should mind my step. There's something out there. I can feel it.
Okay, so what's the plan? Fire shield. Protection from missiles. Transform, jump, featherfall, flight, universal res, invis, dash, jump on him. Initiative +7. I do need vigilance here. Denies me the ability to Goomba stomp him, but that's fine, I don't care. you off the board. He's here. Need to be wary of the hoarding Merrigan. I don't know what scrolls it has. Could be something problematic. I can afford to switch my elixir to something else this turn. Heroism makes the most sense. Colossus, though, could let me do the funny. We gotta do the funny, right? Damn it, your gear. Too thick, man. Actually stuck on him right now. A disadvantage on my... Or I lost my advantage in concentration because of the bleed that I put on myself. Your gear next, followed by the Hoarding American. Well, that's if I can get a line on your gear. I'm not actually confident on that. Turn on the teleport. Hello. You're all by yourself, handsome? was a location there. Certainly less than ideal. Oh, that's very fortunate that my hitbox was big enough to block all of these. If that wasn't the case, I'd be dead next turn. Like, guaranteed. That's very fun. Unfortunately, I'm still in a really awkward position. If I die, I die. Worst case, I eat like 6 crits here. As long as I'm not too low when one knocks me out of Slayer, I should be okay. Now I'm worried about being knocked off. I did Boots of Striding though. I'm okay. But yeah, I was able to pick up all 14 bombs immediately. Six crits, no big deal. I mean, I'm very unlucky. Displacer Beast actually helped me out in a big way. Caused most of these Marigans to body block each other, so they couldn't really attack me. There he is. He's your giggling. I gave them high ground here, but I'm a lot less worried about the ranged attacks than I am about the melee ones. I have resistance and uncanny dodge. If there's no counter for Sentinel, like 0, yeah, you have to just not be hit. That's it. That's all you got. What did you have? Phantasmal Killer could have been a problem. Good to have that off the board. Good jump up, attack, teleport back down. Yeah, I feel good about that. I do have my lethargic turn incoming. I got universal rest through it. The crit. I did kind of forget I have the level 10 health pool, so even them all critting me won't knock me out of the form while I have universal res. And uncanny dodge. Yeah, maybe my last 2 levels will be Abjuration. Just synergizes well with uncanny dodge. Boarding have any decent scrolls? Phantasmal Killer, Circle of Death. What else did you have? Yeah. Had a purple worm toxin. That's nice. But Slayer bad. For the final build, if you go Abjuration, how much does 5 Swarmkeeper give you compared to just 3 and do 4 Abjuration instead of just 2? I would probably go with what you are alluding to there, Mick, and reduce my Swarmkeeper investment. Probably go down to 3. Yeah. Because increasing my award max would be wise. I do an attack here so I can teleport. Come back in. Only have 1 more universal res. I'll be running out of it this turn. Don't think I need it. I think we haste. That's unfortunate, but it's fine. Look at this guy, he doesn't even know Slayer sucks. Don't tell him, Mark. That hurt. Should've done that first.
Not quite how I drew that one up. I hit a hinge, apparently. Task failed successfully, yeah. Oh. Hey. We take those. Uncanny dodge only blocks the first attack I receive, sometimes. It is very complicated. Cat.
The Raptor has a defiant.
Your breath smells like your butthole. Just talking to my cat. We do it on XP. Pretty good. A limitation that the Slayer form had in Baldur's Gate 2 that it does not have in Baldur's Gate 3 is, well, two things, really. One, you don't lose reputation for using it, so effectively it's the global attitude stat that also determines whether good aligned party members will stay with you or not. But two, you just eventually die if you stay in Slayer form for too long in that game. So you actually just simply can't use it for extended periods of time.
But in this game, they didn't do that. I think that's pretty cool. Player freedom and all that. Like 0 HP death, you just start taking damage. And it stacks up to the point where you just die. If I click multi-attack, I could feel a miss coming. 2 crit misses there. It was wild, but... You see, we gotta do this. Oh yeah. Raunch. Oh no. I made it even worse. So Lerthendor has been broken since patch 8, and he's broken in a lot of ways. But me using my swarm there made that a little bit worse for a moment. There was a lot going on there. What change would cause this? I have no idea how that happened. It's very strange. Baffling. Now, as much as I want to go fight, like, Flesh and stuff, a Flesh multi-attack crit could actually kill me. And I'd have to be on Guileful Movement for the ghouls. Maybe I don't slay there. think it was their attempt to fix Zarel. Soul for a soul. I'll give up a hole for them to fix Ethel.
I want to have a word.
The Absolute's war drums beat loud in your chest. How may I serve? Slaughter.
What?
The Absolute took a liking to you, did she? Watch yourself. She breaks her toys once she's done with them.
I'm still cucumbered? What do you mean by that? Keep that around. That's a fire shield use. I suppose I don't need this. Don't need 2 shovels. There we go. See what Araj is selling.
Like a child at her first Welcome back, true soul. You've come in the spirit of trade, I hope. Come.
I want 1 more Divine Bone Shard. Then I'll have 3 Universal Res. It's 1 for a Wargaz fight, and then, 1 for Voss with 1 to spare. Alright, a little more vendor jail. I'll be RB. Gotta go piss girl.
Half of what they're saying, but at least they're peaceful.
Somehow you look worse than last I saw you.
Thanks, boss. We'll be looking a lot worse if not for help from a friend.
Same as us, I expect.
We've had some rest. Maybe we can still go back for the others.
No, not quite. Our work is bigger than any one of us, even bolder.
I don't know half of what they're saying, but at least they're peaceful.
Somehow you look worse than last I saw you.
Thanks, boss. We'll be looking a lot worse if not for help from a friend.
Same as us, I expect.
We've had some rest.
hello. I was thinking about ordering food, but I couldn't make any decisions.
Have you spoken with Scrooge lately?
I don't know half of what they're saying.
Yes. She is cataloging court.
Need to kill the rest of the nurses for the rest of the Carabasan's gifts, too. Alright, I'll use a companion's levels here.
Always a pleasure.
To think, who'd keep a secret like that from his friends? The Orthon is nothing. I'll have my satisfaction. Thank you for helping me. It was very kind.
You're welcome.
We've had some rest.
I have never seen anything.
What I get in there doesn't matter. Just being whimsical. Says half jokingly Quag, but extra carry weight mod. We talked about this a little bit earlier.
Welcome back. Have you
It would skew my valuation of certain things.
If anything in my private collection is to your
Like there's a good reason why. Damn it, Discord. Yeah, we made it several hours without that happening. People who dump the strength stat are either playing in full party or using carry weight mods, or both. And as someone who likes to carry around different answers for different situations, if you allow me to carry around everything, for me that makes... I have to make fewer choices, and that makes things ultimately a little bit less interesting for me. Plus, at this point, I wouldn't know what to do with myself if I couldn't complain about my carry weight.
How is your more personal research progressing?
Thanks, Pops. We'll be looking a lot worse if not for help from a friend.
Game doesn't really like it either. Ooh, yeah, that's a good point. Game doesn't really need any help crashing on current patch, does it? I'm saving in case it wants to spite me for saying that.
Will be no point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
Playing full party or with carry weight mods or spends around 30% of the run fiddling with their inventory. Yeah, pick your struggle. Guilty here, though normally low strength characters. There you go. Guess I could sell that.
This'll do.
Have no shame, nor should you. Nothing to be ashamed of. Really how you choose to consume this entertainment.
Will be no point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
Still have to figure out the mystery of why Gareth's inventory sucks in Act 3. Regarding alchemy mats specifically, she just stops having a good stock. Don't really know why.
Ah, a visitor. You're a welcome sight.
Like, if you don't give her the noble stock, then, like, she's poor. She doesn't have money anymore. But in Act 3, she, like, no matter the outcome, she just doesn't really stock, alchemy mats the way she used to anymore. Use all the mats to make potions, I guess. Because you bought everything in Act 1, I guess. I love the variety where I wouldn't want unlimited, but I could also see myself wanting to tweak the value slightly to add more options for alleviating it with choices. Yeah, more options to alleviate it. I'm in favor of that. I do like that it's a big part of the consideration of the value of making your character a human in this game, is having that carry weight. Giant barbarian, bear aspect barbarian, the mighty cloth, enlarge effects. They all have a carry weight component, so part of their value comes from that component.
I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection
Blurred got the good.
liking. Very well.
I greet you, friend of the dark. May
With no point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
Still okay on vigilance for a little bit.
Have I got everything then?
Blurred gonna arm a whole crush.
Just thought of something.
Well, glasses give you dark vision. I like going human just for that extra carry weight. Yeah, if you can source yourself another route to dark vision, then yeah. Whether that's playing a Shadow Sorcerer, playing Gloomstalker, playing Warlock, getting dark vision scrolls every day, a Transmutation Wizard, or simply suffering.
This vessel, this...
No time to rest.
Everything is clear.
Let's move.
Is that blood? Never mind.
Oh. Desperately need more jump potions. Wondering if I didn't clear out, Act 1 well enough on those.
Let's get going.
This vessel is at thy...
Simply Suffering is my current nickname. Oh. I got a bug with Helldusk armor where I cast Mage armor on my character, put on Helldusk condition save. Yeah, it's not a bug. You keep the condition. You don't benefit, but you keep the condition. Because as far as the game's concerned, Helldusk is not an armor that will remove that property. You are not getting the AC from it, but it allows you to, like, switch back and forth between Helldusk and clothing without needing to reapply the Mage armor. Just how it works. Remember, Helldusk has this, you are considered proficient with this armor while wearing it. That causes Helldusk armor and Elven Chain to be in this in-between where sometimes you can get away with stuff. Debating whether I want Vigilance active for War Gas. Decide once I get there. You have a guide or anything on how to get Helldusk in Act 1? No, I'm sure it's been written out in chat and in the Discord a bunch of times. Seen a few people say it can mess up the Grove stuff and Druids will shut it down. So, the error that some people were making there, Ristenke, is, leaving the Act 1 map successfully before having dealt with the, the Grove shutdown storyline, basically before having gotten to the point where a Tiefling party or a Goblin party would happen, will cause that questline to conclude. And if you haven't done Investigate Kaga, the Grove gets sealed. If you haven't killed the Goblin leaders, the Tieflings are all killed. So, the method where we force the Raphael rest at a very low level very early on, before having dealt with the Goblin leaders and stuff, involves bringing Karlach with you and doing none of her storyline, so the Paladins are still alive, so that you can talk to her and she'll be like, hey, I'm getting worried, we're getting far, and I don't want to let Servants of Zariel run around. You then have a dialogue option to tell her, sure, let's do it, let's go back and kill them. And you'll know you did that right if she then starts telling you about her engine, because normally she won't do it at that point in time. Normally she only gives you details about the engine after you've already killed the Paladins. So you had the conversation question if you have that information and are able to take her to Dammon before the Paladins are done. That's what allows you to... You get a forced long rest because you attempted to leave the act, but Karlach let you go back, so the quests didn't actually conclude. Not sure it's been fully typed in Discord. I can take a stab just for future reference. If you feel like it, Danny. No obligation, of course. Super helpful, thank you. You're very welcome. We go Battle Mage here. Nobody went prone, and that's unfortunate. Contagion. Got him with Flesh Rot. Now he is vulnerable to all damage. And he's dead. Let's look at that multi-attack damage. Yeah, that's pretty good. Flare Form give Contagion? Yes. Your pro tips on Hidden 5 before Grimforge? So if you check the VOD for the start of this playthrough, Wheelie Boy, I did exactly that. I hit 5 no combats pre-Grimforge.
Inquisitor Wargas was potent.
Was he?
We are impressed.
You should be. Big lady.
The cool hot.
You are permitted to look upon me. You are invited to kneel.
We got a slay. Was he Black of? You big lady. Automod held a message for reason misogyny.
You bear that which is ours. But are you friend, or are you you must accept. Use the beware.
Yeah, I over-prepared for that. I keep overestimating the enemies. Actually keeping that one around, though. Better to overestimate than underestimate. Yeah, that's true.
Don't mind if I do. What's hiding here?
Big lady's the highest of compliments here in chat. So I think I want to region travel to get Slayer back, just in case the game's weird about refunding it to me. We are going to be killing boss. We've fought him once already, and we knocked him out. I've gotten a lot stronger since then. Why am I here? Any fights you worry about with build online? Yeah. Raphael will be dicey on this. Cazador could go badly if I roll badly and he rolls well. Anything with a lot of targets could go badly if they roll well and I don't. Because relatively low AC, no critical hit immunity while I'm in Slayer form. That's part of what the universal res use has been for. It's to counter multiple target scenarios. Gonna displace Cazador. Kind of like that idea. I could do Slayer to apply Flesh Rot to him, because I think that's funny. And Piercing Growl is magical, so I could just spam that. Like, I could click Slay until he's vuln, and then spam Piercing Growl. But Displacer makes sense there, too. When it works, just message me. Quick question for you, and then nothing else. How long should I just wait? The nicest answer is 5 minutes, and then after that, it is no longer your problem for the rest of time.
Don't do it.
I'm gonna do it.
Heat. Your mind burns hot with the place it...
Alright, this corpse over here has any scroll from the random scroll pool in the game. Place your bets. What are we thinking? I'm feeling confusion. This corpse right here.
More for me.
Color spray, you would. Sleet storm, grease, telekinesis, ice storm, misty step. I don't know about you, I'm feeling 22. Cloud kill, carrier buff. That isn't real control. Bone of cold. Globe, featherfall. You done this to me? Sorry, buddy.
Something good here, I hope.
Bone of cold. GG with the snipe. Of all the spells in the game. Oh, big lady.
Very well. What do you want to know? The stuff of nightmares, and no use. I'm. If this was not enough to convince, the Lich Queen fears nothing more. If and since you spared me that fate, has good luck.
GG, GG.
Seems simple enough.
Not expecting that to be so accurate. She's her.
I'm glad you came to your senses. Now leave, before the others come for us.
You doing, Cap? He's dreaming. I heard cat mouth noises. He's just fully asleep. Could have gone without hearing the phrase cat mouth noises. Now it's all I can think about. Oh, I would say I'm sorry, but I'm just not. That would simply be a lie.
Had I been there, the Queen would have known my faith. I would tell me you don't trust it.
He's still bloody. He's still beat up from what I did to him last time.
Such informality, child.
The black eye. Oh no.
Command your respect.
Your blade,
Child.
don't.
Skakek Kier Gith Shabeleth.
Vlaakith's demise.
I bring blade.
Oh, Sora. Oh, he's still at 1 HP? No. Buddy. Boss, sweetie.
The traitor Voss is dead. Let his heresy.
What an odd gadget.
traitor is dead. I have honored the 10,000. Protect yourself. For now.
Think Lae'zel won't know about the hammer? I can still get that information from Raphael. You wasn't ready for it. You know what? I'm proud of you. Takes a lot of courage to make jokes of a certain caliber. Where everyone can see. I'm proud of you, Mark. I'm Mr. Mark. That joke was quite amusing. Please delete it now. Oh. It was a good yoke. It was a good yoke. I've decided I do need food. Stomach's a bit of a wild card today, though. Oh well. When in doubt, both the usual. Okay.
Moving in.
So, next fight's what? Tiscan?
I have something to ask.
Welcome back. Have you made any new discoveries? I do
Wish for all women to have the ability to transfer their period pains to people of their choosing. How's that sound? Very out of pocket, but also extremely base.
I greet you, son child. May your
My friend did that to me once or twice. She's messed up. Did you live? Barley?
it is.
These things have stayed interesting.
It.
Dream in red.
I need a quick word.
We'll be clearing. No point in lingering now I've got the noble stock. This'll do wonders for the shop.
Anything you want to say? Any.
Cast Wish so Ethel can give me sloppy mushroom toppy. The two sides of Silly Sora Star. Don't you mean give your mushroom toppy to Ethel? How could you give her something that already belongs to her? Oh, she even went prone. And we got the Flesh Rot too. 104 damage Slay. What had you done to Voss previously that he showed up like that? So, in a non-region lock, if you go to, instead of ever going to the Mountain Pass, you go to the Shadow Curse lands after, breaking the cutscene, or attempting to, because I didn't successfully break it, but basically, you go to the Shadow Curse lands, you come back, then you attack Voss without having, without him having the ability to speak back to you. He'll just stay in combat. So, I knocked him out in that fight. And then I killed Kodanos. And Voss apparently just, like, never healed. Because I guess my first entrance to the Mountain Pass was while Voss was unconscious. So he didn't have the opportunity to heal. So was that, yeah. Why couldn't you also go prone? It's Pride Month, that's homophobic. Oh, thanks, Force Conduit. And Uncanny Dodge. May as well get some crush damage. I don't care about your readiness to party. It simply isn't my concern. Why would I care about that? Getting Force Conduit from? I pre-stacked by attacking some rotten food with the Skin Burster right before I transformed. Got the blind for the crit. You think they're okay? No? Yeah. Jake is doing Jake things. Right, Jake? It's the longest fight you've had in this game? Hours, maybe? Does that happen? In certain challenge runs, yeah. Did a co-op run with Dade where we were doing the quote-unquote impossible challenge. It's a stupid challenge. It's not hard, it's just tedious. But, our fight against Ketherick on the rooftop of Moonrise was like 2 hours, 3 hours, something like that. We were never really in any danger, it's just waiting. My longest fight in solo, unmodded, was the first time I fought Merkel at level 1. The strategy I used, the fight took about an hour. Merkel being the final boss of Act 2. If you haven't gotten that far yet. Want to do something intensely greedy. It's not at all a good idea. I'm not gonna do it. That's a terrible idea. I'm watching. Also, hi. Hi, Nemesis. We have been slaying, just kind of bullying everyone. I've done, like, no combat outside of the Slayer today. But, we hit a 104 damage slay on, Scan. Thought that was pretty neat.
I trust that very well, but I'll make note of how much time you waste trawling through baubles.
That when you die.
Happy up. I trust that very well. But I'll make note of how much time you waste trawling through baubles.
Putting her spell swirls in there so she can't use them.
Yep.
Conflicted. Slayer is slay, but bullying is not slay. I mean, bullying bad people is slay. Yeah, what if you're bullying bullies? Exactly.
I should speak up.
I trust that an early payment has ensured swift action. What news of the Githyanki egg?
Dark Urge. Punt the egg off the side of the cliff with a hearty kick. I wanna, but I also want the XP. It's 145 XP if I give her the egg. I can coal mine.
Using every scrap of your concentration, you kick the egg just hard enough that it doesn't crack, but soars like a red dragon.
You brute! What have you done? You will pay for this!
Oh, that's great.
Always room for more.
Looks like she's okay. Yeah, yeah. She was old is probably natural causes, but she's okay though.
I have defied. Still, we must use the safest at the Crescent Infirmary.
Oh, okay. I'm just not gonna bring up the. We have so many dialogue options with Lae'zel. I'm not clicking any of them. I guess I could have her use the Zaith'isk. I'm certainly not gonna. Fine, come on, Lae'zel. Go on the field trip. What's Swarmkeeper's main ability? I haven't played it yet. Swarms.
Great.
You pick a swarm when you get the subclass. You can choose between 3 flavors, and there's a bunch of different things that the swarms can do for you when you do an attack. That's the primary thing. I really like the teleport here. It's a free action. It's limited range, but like it doesn't cost you action, bonus action, reaction, anything. It's just a teleport. Very useful for repositioning. I'm doing a Slayer form build, so I'm shapeshifted most of the time, and you can still do the swarm stuff while shapeshifted. You get the owlbear if you killed the big owlbears during Act 2. Oh, do you mean if I, like, went back? Yeah. Yeah, I fought the owlbear, like, this level. And got the cub. Yeah. Glorious mustache, right? Non-stop naps? He's majestic. Yeah, I don't want to be awakened here. I don't want my tadpole powers on bonus action.
device.
The Zaithus. Vlaakith. Praise Vlaakith.
You feel Lae'zel's mind rip and your vision narrow. You
Remove her! Damn, I am... No! I followed the protocol! I must be cleansed!
The Gusto must have tampered with it.
Okay.
A parasite. Brimming.
Because Slayer Transformation is a bonus action. Not only is Slayer Transformation a bonus action, Relentless Lunge is a bonus action. I have Cunning actions available for my bonus action. Hunter's Mark is a bonus action. Drinking potions, elixirs, etc. bonus action. I have a lot of stuff in my bonus action already. I don't need more.
Greeting. Are you sure?
Yeah, Lae'zel got like brain damage or whatever. And stop screaming in your panties, talking about being cleansed. Some would argue there's few better times to scream about that. Alright, I'm gonna head out.
Anything you want to say?
Wretched thing, pull yourself together.
Wild today, let me go sit down. Ah, you're good. Later, Date. Have a good one.
I wouldn't have if not for the lantern bearer. To think the absolute grace is...
You can't trust him to sweep this. Thank you.
Even those we once called monsters.
Right, pilgrims. You'll be scouting the perimeter of the warcamp, looking for enemies.
Carrying around way too much stuff, man.
So long as you know your place in the absolute design.
Hey, you keep up.
Cautious. I just want a little look. That's a friendly looking shadow. Walk in death.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
Or XP.
Ever at your service.
Listen, they were cultists.
An honor.
Breathe quiet. Move with care. Oh, my hand slipped.
Oh, right. I started... So, my extra attack overrode the Slayer's one. Right, I see. See what happened there. It's fine. Bit of a miscalc on my part. It's okay. Is Slayer pretty early in Dirge story? Not really, no. You have to kind of go out of your way to get it early if you want it early. Oh, okay. You can basically get it immediately on entering Act 2, so I'd say you can have for most of the game. You can, as Ghost said, but you lose a lot of content if you do get it at your first opportunity. You need to take some time preparing and basically finishing everything having to do with Last Light In. Which is what I did. I got it at level 7, if that gives you an idea how far into the game I was. But my food's here, I'll be right back.
cat saw me with a water bottle. I was like, oh, is that for me? Like, they're not used to me drinking water. Double crit follow-up was lucky. Oh, just on the guy here? Now, this one was a crit. Only one of them was, but I did naturally crit there. And the other one wasn't crit, it's just my damage. Average roll even. What I get? Sushi. Same 3 rolls I usually get. Wednesday's 50% off the grocery store. Yeah, this local place is they got a lunch menu. Goes until 3 p.m. So it's like good quality food. It isn't more expensive than anything else you could order, because ordering anything's fucking expensive now. Like, I'm getting 3 rolls for less than what it would cost to get, like, just a burrito at Chipotle. At this point, when I watch here, just assume there's some secret interaction. You can always ask. Always happy to talk shop and nerd out and what have you. Worth noting, sometimes it is just me being stupid. Sometimes it's like, hey, I think this would be funny, so I do it. In Switzerland, ordering food's insane to the point where most sushi restaurants have a minimum order around 40 to 50 francs. Wow, that is insane. That's surprising. Come here. Come here. Come on. The okay.
Come here. They seem okay. These guys would fare well in a horror movie. True. 3.8. What haven't I done? Oathbreaker Knight's a chunk. I could get it off that guy. Anything I want from level 11? Not particularly. What I think I'll end up taking is, Hexblade level, just so I can put Hexblade's Curse on Merkel. It'll be 4 more damage. Remember, he's gonna resist all my damage. It's non-magical slashing. I can't make him bleed, I can't make him prone. The average level of finishing the main story, is there a level cap? Level cap is 12. People usually finish at 12. Let me put it this way. People usually hit level 12 in Act 3. In Act 3 by itself, there's more than enough XP to go from level 1 to level 12 altogether, just in Act 3. So throughout the entire game, you could hit max level twice over. Game's designed so you will comfortably hit max level even if you miss a lot of content. Exactly. With the powers of magical gear closer to the powerful 20 D&D character. See, people say that frequently, PBT, for both of those things, and I always find that to be a cop-out for where player power is actually coming from in this game. It's like, what tadpole power do we think is that impactful? I know which one is, but, like, what do we think what tadpole power is? Also, if we're talking about gear, none of my gear works when I'm in Slayer form. Gearless runs have also been done. A lot of popular strategies for some of the hardest encounters in the game are gear agnostic. Call the Weak? See, Call the Weak is what people fixate on. And Call the Weak is only good if you don't know how to do damage.
Because let's break down Call the Weak mechanically. It is damage against things that you least need damage. No one has it right yet? Nope. I'm waiting to see if anyone gets it. Ace and Adrix, no. It's ability drain. The most broken of the tadpole powers is ability drain. But it never gets talked about. The Call the Weak here seems like damage if you don't know how to do damage. Because it means that, let's say someone has 50 HP, Act 3, your tadpole threshold is what, 25 for your Call the Weak? You only need to do 25 damage. But what happens when your enemy has, let's cite Raphael here, 666 HP? Call the Weak, shaving 25 off of that is negligible. Almost nothing. So I would say the place that BG3 character's power comes from is not in the gear, it's not in the tadpoles. It's in the fact that this is a video game, and there are some things you can do because it's a video game that you could never do in tabletop. Finally finished my first honor mode run. Fallen 2 corrupt save files before both and Act 3 finally beat the game after 64 hours. Let's go, Cryptic. Congrats. Huge W. Failed to do coal mining. He always goes invis first round. You need to end the combat with him not invisible. So what we need to do to correct this Fire Void is have him break his invis by like trying to use blindness or ray of sickness or something on you, and then get out of the combat while he's visible. Oh, but yeah, back to the tadpole power discussion. No tadpole powers as a restriction is not something you see done a lot from me and some challenge runners that you might see share a lot of community with me. Because none of us find it terribly interesting long term. It's the only... It's the kind of one that is interesting when you put it with a ton of other restrictions, like it's one of Kaylee's restrictions on her no-hit rule set. And that makes it interesting because everything is highly restrictive and comes together to the thing that gets you your success is your strategy. It's not specific gear unless your strategy calls for it. It's not tadpole powers. It's not scroll use, which is another point of contention for some people. It's very much all in the strategy. I've done multiple runs without tadpoles, including Kaylee's no-hit rule set. And ultimately, it doesn't really make much of a difference. As for Slayer here, what am I getting? I'm getting favorable beginnings on 1 attack roll total. I am getting, if I precast Psionic Overload, maybe I'm benefiting from that, but I'm usually not. I'm getting Ability Drain, which is objectively very, very good. That's it. Call the Weak will only trigger in situations where I don't need it at all. Because if someone is weak enough to get killed by my Call the Weak, they're also in range for 1 more attack from me, because my base damage on Slayer is so high that it's completely irrelevant. Just food for thought. I figured it was a good discussion topic, because the valuation of tadpole powers is both way too high and not high enough. Speaking on why ability drain's so broken, you can just fully make things unable to hit you with AC tanking, plus crit immunity in this game. But you can also make it so some things are unwilling to do their attacks because they know they won't do damage. you can get to a point where most goblins in Act 1 will simply not attempt to attack you. Level 2 Abjuration Wizard casting Blade Ward, most goblins will just be like, well, nothing I can do, and they will just pass their turns. That is just having your baseline Arcane Ward from there and Blade Ward. But if you ability drain someone's attacking stat, their damage goes down too. For weapon attacks, at least. So you can simulate that effect here. You could use Dexterity ability drain to lower someone's armor class. You can use the relevant spellcasting ability drain to lower someone's spell save DC. Draining Ketherick and Merkel's charisma is a popular strat, and it's very effective. Makes it much easier to resist all of the stuff that he does. You can combine ability drain with an atrophy effect. If you can reduce someone's stat to like 1 and then apply a drain effect from, say, Trembling Legs from Earth Elemental or Absorb Intellect, another tadpole power here. Or you can apply the Strength Drain from the Shadow Lantern. You could do Sepsis from a Wolf Bite as well for Constitution. Now you can't ability drain Con, but it's another score reduction thing that's on the table. You can do any of that to just get an insta-kill off of Atrophy. I'm talking about very advanced stuff that you don't really have to worry about Artifact. This is deep-end stuff that comes with, like, thousands of hours of picking the game apart on a mechanical level rather than getting into a new thing. Ability drain's my preferred method for Steel Titan. No, my preferred method for Steel Titan is Absorb Intellect, or just spamming Flash Blinders. I'm thinking about XP. Shadow Print? We can Shadow Print. As a treat. You guys were good, so we can Shadow Print. Is your gear kaput? Oh yeah.
Here goes nothing.
Did I kill the Grimishka in the infirmary? I don't think I did.
Don't want to draw any attention. Breathe deep and move.
Four, not bad.
This calls for careful footwork. Best be on my way.
This day, I've never gotten the 7 print again. Yeah, I don't know. We still haven't quite figured that out. I don't know. It's
not just the number of times the bomb explodes, no. Because Trade and I have each gotten 7 once, but with different methods. I just got 4, and my bomb was exploding. Let's see. Here's how many explosion triggers we would have gotten. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. And I got 4 shadows. I've also gotten as few as 3 and as many as 6 with like double-digit number of bombs. But I used 1 bomb there and got 4. We still haven't quite figured out. We know the core principle, but no deeper than that, really. Game has an absurd amount of information to keep in mind. Very true. And nobody knows everything. Important to know. I'm gonna have a good bludgeoning weapon. I haven't been carrying one. We found new XP, so Shadow Printers become less important. Yeah. I think Shadow Printer is most interesting for XP deficient runs. Like, I do want to do another Raid the Grove run at some point. Just to see how much we've optimized that route. Because we have learned a lot since I've gone all in on that. But that's a potential route through the game where maybe Shadow Printer matters more. This is another inspo book. Goes to Gale. Sorry, Gale. Forgot, I do actually want heavy chests for a purpose here. Sending that to Mara is a bad idea. Gale. The human Male wizard, Gale. With Tadpole duping, Raid the Grove is just less appealing. There's slightly more house and kill XP, I guess. It's for the minty scene. You know. We know that's what it's for at this point.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
And I think it's pretty cool of Larian to be like, alright, you want the evil drow to sit on your face, you're gonna have to commit some atrocities. Like, no, okay. About time, friends. See you in a bit, Control. A lot of time I have you on while I'm doing something else work-related, say random stuff, I always go, wait, what? Sorry. Played for Witcher 4, you played previous ones. So, unfortunately, like, with The Witcher, the gameplay is just... I don't like the combat system at all, not even a little bit. I actively dislike it. So, it's hard for me to get excited. But I do hope it's good. And I hope it lives up to the hype for all the people who do like the combat system and stuff. You know, it's okay. Not all games are for everyone, and that combat system just isn't for me.
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
Did they rework? I have no idea. House and Campfight also yields a pathetic amount of XP. You get Halsin's 150, but the Bear and Wolf he brings are 3 each. That's... Yikes. 3.2k. We still have... Could knock out a Raj or Killer, it doesn't really matter. Killing Landharv and Roa. Guess I could whittle down Balthazar's group of a humanoid form now. Let's do that. 28, 29, 31. Okay, he can't hit me. I'm encumbered, but like, do I care? I guess I should care. Encumbered. Right, there we go. Need Nightsinger's favor. You drop a chest with your items anywhere on the map, does it ever despawn? Mostly no. Some region travel will clean up items that are on the floor in your camp and move them to your camp chest. I'm not 100% confident on the mechanics of how that works from every location to every location. But for the most part, no. Do I have a remove curse? Well, let's hope I do.
Your son.
Yeah, I'm good. Pouches that replace uprooted enemy corpses after a long rest do disappear after a while, don't they? They disappear as soon as they're empty, I believe. Otherwise, they'll stay. Which class do I like running the least? Class or subclass? If you mean class as a whole, Paladin. If you want me to get more specific, Bladesinger or Wizard. Curious if you've seen me run a bit of everything. Yeah. Some of that is I want to have informed positions on things. But also varieties the spice. Except when it's Grimm's Blade Singer. Yeah, Grimm's Blade Singer is awesome. Had a thought of creating local caches for specific battles or interactions. That way you're not always going back to camp to juggle encumbrance. It's a decent idea, but camp's a pocket dimension, so ultimately that's pretty convenient, and I typically use companions as, like, sorting. So, like, I'll send Shadowheart stuff that I'm likely to want at some point. I send Astarion stuff that is, like, relevant for one reason or another, but I won't realistically need. I send Gale inspo stuff for his background, because he's a sage. And then, like, Brenna's got my alchemy stuff. Will's got a couple chests. I don't even know what's in here. They're just kind of like... Because you can't sort the camp chests, so I sort of use them to get around that. My current approach, anyway. Looking for an answer on both, so that works. Yeah. Paladin's the weakest class in Baldur's Gate 3. Has some poorly designed aspects that I find very frustrating and inefficient, and there's basically nothing it does that you can't get done better with a different class. And then Bladesinger Wizard is all of those issues, but isolated to a wizard subclass. Everything it sets out to do, it's bad at, and you could do it better by doing something else. Gave a star in the cape so your wife can feel pretty. What about the vibes? The vibes are important. If you enjoy something, doesn't matter if it's good or not. Play what you enjoy. I don't like having my routing restricted in exchange for getting terrible resource sustain features that have better versions on every other class. And what is ultimately being... It ends up playing out like you're a fighter with less shit who holds back most of the time. It's not interesting to me. Bard's best charisma class, then? I don't tend to use the word best. Like, best at what? You know? Rolled a 20 there. Yeah, you can't hit me. Even if I wasn't on low ground, 31's enough. But on high ground, I only need 29. Most optimized potential for charisma? Doing what with your charisma? Strongest overall? What does that mean?
guess I could mark. Overall ease of the game, battle dialogue, all it's used for. That's still a very general category. Like, you need to be able to make accurate and informed comparisons. I really feel like you need context. You need specificity. Like, you could give me a specific fight, specific enemy, specific restriction, and then I could answer that question better. But, like, ultimately, with the parameters that you've set out for me there, my answer would just be not Paladin. Because Warlock, Bard, Sorcerer would all have a claim there. If anyone's handling Persuasion for your team, it's most useful class. If you're before Act 3, Bard and Rogue are the only ones that get Persuasion expertise, so it would be between Bard and Rogue. If you're in Act 3, anyone can get expertise. So in Act 3 it doesn't matter. But in Acts 1 and 2, Rogue gets their expertise at level 1, so they get it much sooner than Bard, who gets theirs at level 3. Mostly redundant question for a game like this. Basically create all your interactions experience in the game. Right, like you have so many ways to approach everything that like it's not easy to quantify better when most classes are capable of simulating an approach that another class can do. Like for example, something that gets attributed to specifically bards a lot of the time, as I'm sure anyone who's consumed a certain amount of YouTube content can attest to, is the strategy of using the Band of the Mystic Scoundrel and sticking a hold person, hold monster, what have you, and then hitting crowd-controlled enemies with auto-crit attacks as your follow-up. That's something that every single class in the game can do. All of them. It's a ring. And, like, you don't even need to be a spellcaster, because you can just use scrolls. So, like, everyone can do that. But it gets attributed to a certain place. I think people should zoom out a little bit more and look at what the goal in a situation is. So, like, for example, with this fight right now, my positioning is such that none of these melee ones can hit me. It's to give me a little bit more effective AC against Balthazar. He can only hit up to a 28 currently from the low ground. And here I have 31. But if my AC dropped by 2, I would still be fine because of the high ground. Now, I could be playing a different character class, and I wouldn't have access to defense fighting style here, which in combination with Helldusk Armor is giving me 2 AC. So at that point, I would barely have enough, but because of the strategy, I would still have enough. And even on a character where I didn't have proficiency with these items, let's say I didn't have longbow proficiency, let's say I didn't have shield proficiency, flail, heavy armor, let's say I had none of that, I would still be doing exactly the same thing because you don't need proficiency to shoot your bow. You don't need proficiency to get the critical hit immunity from here, to get the AC from the equipped items. And I'm unhittable currently. I have a poison resist elixir on, so I'm immune. If I was a high level monk or a high level land druid, I would get immunity that way.
and just simply free up my elixir slot. But ultimately, it's different ways of getting the same task done, so it becomes hard to quantify who's better at it because of how many different ways you can do it. That's why you have to get real specific, because you can get into situations where, okay, let's say against Merkel, you can quantify Merkel matchups among classes a little bit easier because of the specific things you have to resolve in that fight. Merkel resists piercing damage, slashing damage. So classes and setups that can effectively benefit from things that are not piercing, slashing, and cold damage and necrotic, have a better matchup with their damage mostly. So, like, for example, Rogue has a great matchup because Rogue is tanky, so you can win the War of Attrition against Merkel. But then you also have things like the Practice Sword here to enable your sneak attack to do bludgeoning damage. So, huge amount of bonus bludgeoning damage. You throw an Oil of Sharpness on this, it's counted as magical, so Merkel doesn't resist it at all. That's an example of a class-specific thing you could use effectively. Monk has a good Merkel matchup because it does bludgeoning damage, and Stillness of Mind is an option for getting rid of the frightened condition if that gets put on you in a pitch. Eldritch Blast is a really good option against Merkel because he doesn't resist force damage, and it allows you to attack from range, from safety. But, like, I used a lot of qualifiers to give those examples. And even something that I have a low opinion of on a game-wide scale, like Paladin. Paladin has a good Merkel matchup, because Undead take more damage from Smite. Merkel has no features that discourage you using Smite. Paladin has some saving throw stuff, has heavy armor proficiency, so it can act like a fighter or ranger or cleric and use those similar gear strats. And, like, it works. It makes sense. Context matters. Internet's whole thing is taking things out of context. Yeah. Insulted you didn't die from that. Need someone to love me like Nevis for those poison damage builds. Poison damage builds are fun. Really good, too. $26 meters.
This calls for careful footwork.
Specifically for dialogues, I feel sometimes it's overlooked how often the game has class-specific options or options that have bonuses based on other skills or abilities. Like they did make it so you don't necessarily need all that riz to get by. That's true. That's true. For example, for getting the Night Singer's Favor buff here in the Gauntlet of Shar, evil deity worshipping clerics get it completely checklist. They get it for free. They don't have to roll religion. They just get it for free. Normally, you have to roll a religion check. Warlocks can instead choose to roll a deception check. Same difficulty class, but allows them to substitute the stat that they're likely to actually have a good investment in. Charisma rather than intelligence. And the game does do things like that throughout. There's a lot of dialogues where if it's
something that would be within the wheelhouse of like your character's chosen vocation, then like you usually have either a separate option, a lower difficulty class, maybe you have advantage, maybe you just get it without a check at all. Like there's a couple dialogues early in the game. There's one with Mattis where wizards, warlocks, and rogues who are good at identifying magical items, who are good at understanding contracts, especially ones of a magical nature, and who are good at scamming people, they can see through what Mattis is doing without having to roll anything at all. Dump Riz on almost all builds that aren't casting with it. I tend to prioritize my physical stats, and then if I'm going to take anything in the other stats, it's in Riz, but usually I don't. Dialogue checks are never important for me. They don't super matter. It's just a safety net that if you route effectively, you don't need. For me, I'll take Charisma for vendor pricing. That's my primary motivator. That's why I go for Persuasion, Expertise, and Proficiency whenever I can get it. That's why if I have some floater points, I will throw them in Charisma. My favorite part of character creation? Yeah, the randomize button, for sure. You're working on poison only, Nemesis, for BG3? I think it'll be less challenging than you think. I can only think of one major thing that you'll have to find a way around, and I already know how I'd get around it. I'm sure you'll get there though. $2.7. We could coal mine there. Pretty stress-free. Yeah, fuck it. How much XP is it to level 12 from here? I don't remember the exact value. Maybe like 10k or something? Is the major thing a How I Met Your Mother thing? Yes. That show sucks, and a bunch of aspects of it have not aged well, but I am of a particular age group where it is very culturally relevant to me, and that's something that stuck in my mind and had no right to. So it's just kind of a continuing meme. That's effective, actually. Let's hear back in the mines. Yeah. Finishing off the level, as it were. I have other summon scrolls, like Flaming Sphere or something I don't actually care about.
feet can carry me.
And soon? Probably, yeah. I don't know about soon, but like today, likely, yeah. Excuse me. How much XP for each one? 3? If I region travel, that number goes from 3 to 20. Bless you. Thank you. Bless, thank you.
Must love my guts through this hell.
D4 and D4. Thank you, everybody. That's a painful sneeze, too. I don't have the right gear on. Game takes a bit to give me control back. There we go. My current XP needed to get 11. 2.7k. So, 20 cycles. Stay before you do this. I should. Do I? No, but I should. Glad I could help. 134 zombies. Cool. Yeah, he spawns 7 per. So yeah, 20 cycles. 140. $1,334 zombies. Funny. But my game would explode. Mine's having trouble. I might not actually do the full amount. It's I mean, between the corpses and that, it's having some issues. There's still actual XP I could get, like killing the myconids and...
Seems like the best way.
Oh, we'll be fighting Balthazar again. And that'll be about 1,000. Has to be a max amount of spawn. There isn't. It's just a matter of how long does your game hold up. How good's my PC? Good, but not that good. gonna go talk to the Blue Jay and then kill him. That's 11 XP. So I have no reason not to do that, right? To knock out Balthazar? No, you can't knock out undead. What I did was I killed all of his helpers and did not kill him. So he'll still be in the Shadowfell, like talking to Dame Aelin. And I'll fight him again there, because he spawns even more undead there that are worth XP. So I'll get his XP and all of his help there. I'll also kill Aelin before the fight, so that I get her XP. Or bird? No, the Blue Jay sucks, Lady Baker. The Blue Jay stole the nest that he's currently in, and wants to steal the Eagle's nest. And the Eagles are just chilling. That's their house. And if you non-lethal the Eagles, and you go there, you will see the Blue Jay just finishing them off, just killing them while they're unconscious. Blue Jay's the bad guy.
Not as bad as it could have.
The Eagles get mad when I take the ceremonial thing they have, though, so they gotta die. Well, the Eagles gotta die because they're made out of XP, but I don't have to feel good about it the way I feel good about killing the Blue Jay.
Very well.
Blue Jays IRL are nest stealers, by the way. Yeah, I remember that.
Steal? Eagles? Oh, sure, a nest. But eagles can be... when...
Got him, Mick. Feel good about the 11 flying potions I'll craft. That's true, I feel good about that. Get the berries to not show up for rest. I just am careful when I'm selecting camp supplies. They still show up, but just I don't auto-select. Okay, I've extracted all the XP in this map.
Nothing hurts anymore.
This is a bad idea. Storing food inside an emptied out book. Gotta be the most Homer Simpson thing ever. Interesting you're referring to pieces of a dwarf as food, Mick. Any particular reason for that? Are the allegations true?
Hope this ends well. Have I been this way before?
Gotta eat. No Army Hammer plays VG3. Good one. Who's Army Hammer? And an actor who was credibly accused of cannibalism. We live in an interesting timeline. Is attacking the bomb better than throwing it? Well, I can't throw it while I'm in Slayer form. Slayer has 4 arms and can't even use one to throw. Nobody wants to slay anymore. Slayer can't throw now because of woke, I guess. That's what I heard. Having more than 2 arms is woke propaganda. This is what the woke left wants. To have extra limbs suited to the heated combat with the armies of the damned. left wasn't enough. They would have 2 lefts now. Where will it end? We printed enough. 1.7k. So much for the tolerant left. Regarding the other subject in chat right now, Danny once prompted Chat GPT to like give a build, and it included things that just aren't in BG3 at all. Like, AI, it isn't a good source of information unless you are going from a standpoint of having 0 information, at which point you don't know what information you're getting is good and what isn't. ChatGPT is good when you have a bunch of info, need help number crunching, definitely build the interaction from scratch kind of thing. Not build the interactions from scratch kind of thing. Yeah, yeah. Depends on the model and topic, but generally, yeah. The way everyone who I've ever interacted with who is knowledgeable on AI functionality has phrased it is that it is a tool that people are not treating as a tool. As an example, the kind of thing you can give it is stuff like, what are my chances of critting with advantage and these X bonuses? How much mitigation does X reduction give over Y hits? Z chance of being hit. Right. Those are things that it's just doing math.
We've had some rest.
.4. I don't need to be 11 like pre-finale. I could get it in the Shadowfell. I'd be surprised too. You ever seen anyone fight the fake paladins as the Slayer before? Oh, look how good Aura of Protection is. It sure saved him from this DC 12. I'm gonna jump on Aaron. Wait, is he okay? Aaron always tries to arrest me when I knock out Alfira. Yeah, if you take more than 2 hits to knock out Alfira, Aaron will come running, and he runs really fucking fast. My preferred approach is hit her once, get her with the sleep scroll, knock her out with the free crit. Yeah, you can also simply just dialogue attack and knock out Alfira in a fight. Aaron won't come then. That's even better.
Anything you want to say? Any.
Sorry, I'm kind of yapping. How dare you use chat to chat? Chat, make fun of this chatter for chatting in the chat. Sorry, Quack, I'm looking at the chat but reading his rules. God damn. Your Tav's hair and Dolly have like the same color scheme. They're actually cousins. Did you do a no crime run? Don't kill anyone unless being attacked first. All these innocent people, you always go, they're not innocent. They're standing between me and XP. But that's an interesting idea for a run. I would hate it, but it's an interesting idea for a run.
Alright, what now? I want to have a word.
Ever at your service.
Do I care about anything you have to sell? Not particularly. Guess I'll take Featherfall. Got on Dead Slaying? No. Cringe.
And all.
Out of sight, out of mind.
That's right.
She okay? Yeah. Yeah. I see damage over there. What direction is that? Oh, no, it's he threw the cleaver. I just saw the number from behind. Barrage is only 90. Not worth my effort. Whoop Glow was my nickname, etc., etc. Oh. They be glowing? For free?
No traps, please.
Do you know what happens when a devil is struck down on this charming
Looks like he's
plane
seen better
of
days.
existence? It returns to the hells, to the very point where it last stood before venturing to whichever devil-forsaken plane it died on. In the case of our friend Yrgir, the Orthon you so handily dispatched in the Temple of Shah, he manifested in my House of Hope. He returned to me chastened but intact. Indeed, we did. I just cut it all the
Do you think it's so simple? I need you.
A few. Something's on my mind.
back, throwables, even though stated in the description being immune to poison damage can still be broken with poison mist. As if you did damage. Yeah, I noticed that breaking a haste spore grenade with a shadow blade. I was like, hang on, that shouldn't, but it worked.
Owen, it's grim either way. I'm glad to hear it. Whatever's coming. In theory, that people... So trust me. But now... Hello, my sweet. I can still taste that vile drow in my throat.
Alright, Astarion fans, look away.
I don't know. I spent throwing your body at someone becomes second nature. And I don't know if I want anyone to. As a person? Really?
Listen, we I wanted the +2 strength, okay?
Surprises, aren't you? Honestly, I have no idea what we're doing.
He deserves so much better.
Or what comes next. But I know
Do it for the +1. I kind of want the +1 too, yeah.
This is nice.
It's so unnecessary, but I kind of want it. I may decide against it, because at that point, do I need it? No. But I want it. I'm going evil ending anyway, so... Everybody's having a bad time either way. Applebee's baseball, yeah. Elixir of strength doesn't stack with a permanent +2 strength. Well, strength elixirs set your strength to a value. Increases don't apply whenever you have something setting it to a value. This applies for anything that sets a stat to a number. Could always go piss for ball. I could be daddy's little pee-pee piss boy, I guess.
Still alive. So that's progress.
You know if there's a way to kill Aelin but not receive the Slayer form? Yes. Want the spear? Also want to dual Orin Slayer? Well, you always have the option to force Orin into the Slayer form. You just need to roll checks for it if you don't. If you also have the Slayer form, you need to roll checks for it. But yeah, move Isabel out of Last Light before killing Aelin. Last Light will fall as soon as Isabel is outside of the barrier, but if you move everyone else out first and then you move Isabel out, she won't die when Aelin dies.
So you won't get the Slayer. Oh yeah, I still have this. That's XP. Thanks, you're welcome. What's maximum strength value without transforming? 30. You don't practically get there, but 30.
On my way.
Yeah, item out ending. I can only do that if I give up the Slayer form.
We still live in interesting times.
I guess who still didn't memorize this? It'll be fine, I'll just like do things. Like, watch this. See, first try.
Looks like any regular weapons I have work here too.
Sequence is redacted.
Come on, open up.
Don't you pick the disc with the crest? Yeah, I lockpick to get it early.
No time to rest. There was a creature trapped inside. How much farther can I go?
Going back to when it happened, I had the iron flask with the spectator in it, so I threw it down there and then pounced on it. Because 150 XP, you know? Stonks.
Tater got owned. Yeah. Slayer does good damage. Technically, Dirge cannot kill Nightsong. Not true. Dirge can absolutely kill Nightsong.
Should mind my stab.
Whether or not the Nightsong stays dead, that's different. But technically, yeah, anyone can kill her. It is literally what people do to become a Dark Justiciar. You kill the Nightsong. That is why... That's even a game mechanic. If you kill the Nightsong, even if she doesn't stay dead, you get the Dark Justiciar tag applied to your character. So I'll be doing that. It's also 140 XP to do so. Commit true death? Yeah. Till Nightsong Isabel dies? Only if Isabel is in Last Light. You can make it so Isabel is not in Last Light.
A pleasure.
Wish the BG3 build Reddit would just watch your stream once. I kinda don't. I much prefer having the kind of people you guys are to the kind of people they are. Gamers derogatory.
Moving ahead.
Same as us, I expect. Ha!
It is come.
Is that blood? No, never mind. Pave my path with corpses, build my castle with bones.
PG3 Last of Us edition time. I already killed a lot of the Myconids. I don't really need to kill more. We will hit level 11 by defeating Balthazar.
What's up for discussion?
It greets you with a harrow. In your...
Alright, there's Bliss Force. Bliss Force. An extra d6 to attack rolls, ability checks, and saving throws. The saving throw bonus is quite nice for what we've got upcoming. But the attack roll bonus is pretty good for Ketherick and Merkel.
Anything you want to say? Any.
Alright, now we're going to go kill Lantarf. XP at level 10 is not exploration, right? No, that wasn't exploration. That was for the quest. When you, turn in the quest to get Bliss Spores, Spa will direct you to your other reward, which is that room. Stepping into that room gives you that 60 XP and completes the quest. Do that very late, because I want Bliss Spores for Merkel. What else would I use Bliss Spores on? Stuff that I don't really need it, or notice it. Defender of Mind and Body, almost forgot to buy that.
Softer than a whisper. Breathe quiet. Move with care.
Oh, he died.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Okay, fine. Hey, Athena. Happy time zone to you.
It's been a day, Scratch.
I'll get Oathbreaker XP.
Seems this individual doesn't think very. Now's your chance.
Really, Minty? No. Alright, better?
You wish to consult me? Good.
At the Heldesk armor, so how to get so early. Juiced Raphael in my camp. He showed up, and I pounded him into a puddle. And we both emerged satisfied.
You mean my expertise? Yes. I hope this is important. For your sake. Exquisite. From silence to suffering.
Oh yeah, Minthara's a Vengeance Paladin. That's totally not an Oathbreaker. I forgot last second. Never mind.
Can't give up now.
Alright, give me that back.
Never wanted the easy path.
You wish to consult me? A mistake. When you...
Does that affect House of Hope later? It doesn't.
What's up for discussion?
This vessel is at thy disposal. This vessel is at thy disposal. Art thou certain that...
Dost thou require a new ally? Very well. No. Thy...
Damn it. Hang on.
Yes?
They're not normally invisible. This is just patch 8 being patch 8. Who the fuck is Mattis?
Yes? I'm sure you would. Now, if
dost thou require? Very well.
Hers here. Like how zesty he is when he says, "I'm sure you would." He's really feeling himself with that line, yeah. Curious, why aren't the last light and survivors being slaughtered for XP? Because I don't need their XP, and everyone I have there, or at least almost everyone I have there, is beneficial to me later. Roland can give me a good buff in Act 3, and also he's a vendor. You need either Cal or Leah. You don't need both, but I'll keep both. You need at least one of them alive for Roland to remain on good terms with you in Act 3. Wulbren making it to Act 3 is tied to a bunch of money. Barkus is an endgame ally and a vendor in Act 3. His Majesty is a cat, only worth 1 XP, and, like, I don't kill the cats. Who else is there? Mattis is another vendor who we want in Act 3. Yeah. Aren't you trying to get the Oathbreaker Knight XP? Yes. Damon's another vendor.
I don't need any attention right now.
A little saliva.
Vis medicatrix.
Another fight. Let's go. Survival is all that matters. Sometimes the only way out is...
Really?
Blood comes easy these days. Time to push my luck again. Nothing important is ever easy. No choice but to keep going. Still breathing, despite everything. Well, so much for peace. Something. What path lies before me?
Spasm grips your
Yeah,
chest.
spasm grips my dick or whatever.
At the close of we have. Let's move.
Where'd Raj go?
And move. I should speak up.
Should you be interested, with one drop, step.
I can do better. I must. This vessel is at... Art thou certain? Thou...
These are so accurate. Uh-huh. Yeah.
If not over, then through. Time for some bloody work.
Ratch, you don't want to be here, buddy.
You're violent.
Yeah, my violence. There we go, 640. And use Condomancy to resurrect allies too? Yes. 640 is at any stage in the game. Yes, but killing the Oathbreaker Knight before you have access to that campsite I just used is very difficult. As there are no camps with death chasms that I know of before that one.
Was that a click I heard? There's something about these plaques.
Currently playing Arcane Archer level 8 now. Cannot tell, is it good? What Eldritch Knight can't do better? Well, Eldritch Knight does like most things better than most classes. That's not a great point of comparison. Arcane Archer is good with how I used it anyway. Leading into Piercing Shot is very fun and unique. Breaker Knight, lots of XP, 640. The downside of killing the Oathbreaker Knight is that no one in your playthrough can get their oath back at all anymore. So it's not something I would recommend doing if you are actively planning on using Paladin ever in any capacity.
Are you bold of heart and sharp of tongue? Can you turn any and all to the dark?
Just killed him in my Oathbreaking playthrough. You can never respec again. But if you're not respecing ever, then it's not a big deal.
You feel
Here goes nothing.
Do you think yourself wise enough to be granted Shah's blessing? Oh. An altar to Shah.
Did kind of forget to stock up on Universal Res. I can still do vendor refreshes.
Maybe I need more pockets.
You cannot use that right now.
I can't do that that way. Spawn them that way. Look how good Divine Smite is. Did you guys see? I didn't see. A lot today. I popped a viciousness there, so that was a crit on a 19. And the next roll was I rolled a 4 with advantage, but I had enough bonuses.
Always room for more.
of people think the Slayer is weak? Yes. There's a thread on Reddit about it every week. I think we go Hexblade here. Yeah. Mostly want this for Hexblade's Curse. I guess taking shields makes sense. I could Hex. Do I just do that over Peg? Am I that greedy? I'm totally that greedy. I mean, I guess this makes sense if I Elixir upcast it. Why did I do that? I Greed Incarnate, of course. I just have to simply not get frightened. It's easy. Totally gonna get frightened the first time he hits me. Rigor, what is Peg again? Protection from evil and good. P-E-G.
These boots have seen everything.
An entire village if seated.
So yeah, 24,000 XP is what it takes to go from 11 to 12.
I greet you, son.
Someone wanted to know earlier.
Welcome back. I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private collection is to your liking.
Which characters can peg you? You mentioned Jaheira. Depends on the point of the game. You can have Minthara do it for you very temporarily in Act 2. In Act 1, you can have Sovereign Glut. You can have Halsin before you resolve the Goblin Leaders thing. You can have Halsin do it. You can have Benrin do it, but only if you get him out of the burning building in a way where you temporarily have control over him. You can have Saza do it, but again, only before resolving the Goblin Leaders thing. You can have Floric do it in Act 3. You can have Xander Tubin and Hope do it in Act 3 as well.
Very well. Perhaps Amelia is right. I should get a mask.
Harlack in Act 3, technically, yeah. Imagine a world they named it PGE. Would there be any comedy in that world? No. No, I don't think so.
We'll be clear. No point in lingering now. I've got the noble stock. Better wait till.
So I want probably 2 Universal Res for Merkel.
This vessel, this...
things have stayed interesting.
We'll assign Bryn as level 11 here for the vendor refresh.
So you don't nibble on me in the night. That's that then.
Of course, it was Bibberback.
Very well.
Will be no point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
There's the goods.
This'll do wonders for the shop.
No one stopped me yet. Give up now.
Okay. So I'll only have 3 universal res. If I pop Slayer for Balthazar fight, I won't have it again until for a long time. Long rest potions. Have 2 of them. I don't think I pop Slayer for Balthazar fight. Actually, do I even let the Balthazar fight happen at this point? No, I'll just go kill him in the gauntlet now. I don't need his XP in there anymore. Yeah, that simplifies that substantially. Still don't have as many jump potions as I would like, but well.
How many die today? How many die tomorrow?
This vessel is at thy
Yeah, okay. Poison res? I'm gonna go kill Balthazar. Normally I fight him again in the Shadowfell, but I got too much XP, so like I don't need that XP, and this simplifies my usage of the Slayer. I won't need to do a combat at all before talking to Aelin. Saying there's the goods when buying very phallic shaped object, very on theme for Pride. Happy Pride.
Another step forward.
Oh, also, we'll use one of my 5 elixirs of Elven Elegance for the additional movement speed. So having X-Blade's Curse boosting each hit of multi-attack is pretty cool, actually. Do want heavy chests. I'll have to try to make room. Maybe I'll need to use Colossus elixirs to carry those, actually. That's fine. I can make that work. X-Blade's Curse is proficiency to damage? Yes. Proficiency bonus added to every instance of damage. It's nice that it's not charisma. Yeah.
Still in control. Just.
We're going to a Raj. I'm gonna buy the risky ring just because, like, I guess I could use that on Ketheric or whatever. At this point, I could have Shark kill Aelin. Simplify things for me. Do I? I was planning on Aelin living.
Welcome back, true soul. You've come in the spirit of
Pros and cons here. You tell me, chat. Does Aelin live or die? I have no strong opinion on this. Dies, Aelin gotta go, dies, give her the true death, live. Oh, okay. I guess she died. Okay.
Come back.
Wow, yeah, like that. I was not expecting that to go that way. But alright. Gotta reunite her with Isabel. Well, that would be her living, because Isabel is currently reanimated and puppeted by a tadpole in Merkel's boss arena.
Can't slow down. I have something to ask.
This individual doesn't. Now's your chance.
Just out of view.
gods are watching me.
And now we're good, I think. No, let me go actually pick up the necromancy if they.
Let's see.
Vendor of anything unique? No. But he is one of the very few vendors that drops his gold on death. So that's a unique property.
More for me.
Guess I could get shovel now that I'm a warlock too. All his gold seems kind of crazy. I've been doing it throughout this run. Happens when you knock him out too. So I've been buying as much as I can afford, knocking him out, taking the entire gold pile and his most expensive items, and rinse and repeat. Works with Glomp, works with Mole, works with the Quartermaster in Worm's Rock.
They should all be running.
Infinite gold is quite easy in this game.
Wait, you're not Illy. So, you're Master Illy. So, well, first, Illy's so busy. So, oh.
Very well.
Alright, we got shovel now too. There's the journal. Can't finish this quest because I accidentally destroyed the note. Oh, it's actually Nir's head, right?
Still breathing, despite everything.
The decaying corpse lies before you. The head.
Thanks, boss. We'll be looking a lot worse if not for help from a friend.
Aye, same as us, I expect.
I need a quick word.
Peace bring in as our
Maybe we can still go back for the others.
Welcome back. Have you? I do enjoy a good bargain. If anything in my private
Being absolutely certain I have everything I would want from Blurg. It could be useful. What else am I gonna need money for?
Ripple bark could sustain.
Maybe we can still go back.
Alright, we're gonna get Shark and go. Zero trust in Blurg, the Rude Butter Barrel. If there's any vendor you can trust with it, it's probably Blurg. He's got a bomb.
Welcome back. Are you looking for something in particular?
It's better, who cares?
Claws and beak to yourself, please.
Yeah.
I want to have a word.
Yeah. Go full of
A
confetti.
necessary sacrifice so that I can press onwards. The Dark Lady will
The
understand.
Dark
I'm sure.
Lady? Yeah, yeah. She hasn't told us she's a Shar.
All right.
Her quest is called The Chosen of Shar. It talks about the Dark Lady. Guillermo still doesn't know.
I'll give it a shot.
This must be the last step.
Lady Shar, you worship her?
I do. I'm amazed you missed the signs, honestly. Now let me pray. This is important. All right.
Your part as it curled.
Need to find a way forward.
It has been a while since I've come in here without Balthazar being around.
As if the softest push could send me drifting.
Oh, I never did Benrin's quest. Shart. Cloud Giant, man. Be free.
Witness my adoration.
Everything is clear. Moving in.
Going to kill Night Song? Yep. I hadn't been, but then I was like, actually, those just kind of make my life simpler. And chat wanted blood, so.
Nearly there. Have to keep going. Lady Shah's will shall be done, as sure as night will fall.
At last. You. Not the until of you've and Night Song is not blind to your conflict. Much I said
Whatever you think you know of me won't matter.
Oh, 7.
There it is. It is done. No more hide your pain. My child first, but once he is back.
Oh yeah, that does a Durgan spell. Neat. Guess I'll take the spear. And keep the other stuff.
Better not be cursed.
I can feel the shadow's power here, but they don't seem to be harming me.
Oh, that's weird.
I've done it. Not as glad. There is one other matter. Not leave it to me. You'll see exactly what I. Nobody's ever. There is scarcely a greater way to fully dedicate yourself to Lady Shah. Thank you. I should have known.
He wants to
you'd be
become a Dark
understanding.
Justiciar, chat.
I'm sure you do. But please try to understand.
I have no
it's not
problem with
something I
Shar
just talk
worshippers.
about freely. I assume you've heard of her.
Remind me?
My Lady Shah is the Night Singer.
Oh, okay.
Most, but we shed those cloaks. Before Shah, there's often suffering.
Won't cast
I
judgment.
think I did well by joining you. Most agree.
What do I get to do, you know?
already know my biggest secrets. Well, I like night or it's a deal.
Yeah, okay. Go to camp. Short got a case of eye for gore. She's got a long mirror of loss. You know how, like, long COVID? You got that brain fog, difficulty recalling things? Yeah, she got that. Still think there should be a dialogue option. Give Shadowheart a copy of the Unclaims. Alrighty. Listen, Rick, you're not really doing anything to me here, bud. Boyo. Bestie.
What have you done?
Melodia or whatever.
What have if unlike is a you have it the
Hey, it would be funny if you were prone. No? Fine. Okay. Epic, bro. It'd be so funny if you were prone.
Breathe quiet. Move with care.
Rick, just go prone, bro.
watching. Out of sight, out of mind. Better be cautious.
Alright, he never went prone.
That tentacle was colossal.
So he'll still have his aura of protection later.
That thing came from below. We need to find out where it took Ketherick.
Time to press ahead.
So you might be wondering, Quag, why do you have 3 chests? You'll see.
The whole yawn.
You have any tongue oil? No, I didn't make any tongue oil.
All of this sitting beneath moonrise.
I was using a bro let me hit oil.
How deep does it go?
Tread carefully. We are very close to the source of the Absolute now. That telepathic storm has become a tempest.
Just out of view. With haste. Can't risk being in open view. Light on my feet.
Ketherick time? Yeah, we just fought Ketherick. Merkel incoming.
Out of sight, out of mind. Another step forward.
Mind flayers and civilians, side by side. You're different. There are others in the pod. The device is open to your
Perch.
screen.
It's a shame we never found Zevlor. Oh hey, yeah, I have minor illusion now.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Morse Keth.
Here. And cat things. Was Hexblade add for this build? I wanted Hexblade's Curse for Merkel, because the Slayer's damage is non-magical slashing. Which Merkel resists, and he's got 2 damage reduction. So I can at least use Hexblade's Curse to overcome the 2 DR and add 2 more damage on top of that. Also gives me Armor of Agathis and Hex.
Morse Keth.
Brine pools, but empty of tadpoles. Unusual. Harvesting all the larvae indicates they are getting ready
Cat
for
sneeze? No, he's
parasite.
just
Take it.
laying there.
It might be useful.
By Grazit's
The controls are open to your tadpole's command. To your authority.
Good, ignorant thing.
Don't want to draw any attention. Time to press ahead.
Nice necklace. She's a necklace? I think so. I've been looking. I couldn't find it. I'll have to keep looking.
Embrace death. Become death. You are the sacred hand that reaches from the grave. The dancer of bones. Not even the worms will want your carcass.
She is but the hacks. This necromancer was a
Have I been this way before?
Where she lived? She was, pretty far away. I didn't get her with the barrel at all.
On my step. All right, time to skulk about.
Walk in death.
Get the Death Shepherd here. But if that's not working...
Better be cautious.
Baldur's Gate will know my design.
Got myself with the bussy. But also no surprise. Fine, is the brand a designer? This game's actually entirely just an allegory for AI taking over creative spaces. What do you guys think? Should I start my media critique YouTube channel with takes like that?
Fuck AI art. There's no such thing because AI can't make art.
Pave my path with corpses, build my castle with bones.
We will take the city. Every soul.
It is income.
My brain working today? Quick inventory says no. Let's see if I can stop thinking and just get this done.
Welcome back, Master.
That should do it.
Cool.
Time to see what's back there.
This section is a good example of two things: why I wanted the Mighty Cloth and why the Helldusk armor doesn't actually matter. If you construct your strategies in a way where incoming damage isn't ever an issue, well, the Mighty Cloth is doing exactly nothing for me except carry weight. And I'm doing that so I can carry around 3 very large chests.
Might be useful.
Specific goal in mind. I'm even using Colossus Elixir to assist with that.
Anything of use? I feel glorious.
Pretty and I'd guess you're no willing guest of the gate. I you
Of your patron bids you call as you.
please touch my mind.
Nom 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 nom.
Is it Maul's language? What's become of her? Let's see what this does. Stench. How many pilgrimages has it down here? Breathe quiet. Move with care. What do we have here?
Who's in the
Not for long. Time for jump.
Game. I'm stuck.
Come on, can't stay idle.
Uh-oh. I'm stuck. Help step, bro. Do anything other than reload? Crash. Last time we saved
Couple minutes. I think I did it on the way back from talking to the Githzerai. But if I didn't, it was at some point in the colony. Around 400 mods, so that's only me, barely not. No. Patches 7 and 8 made the game extremely bad at working, bad at basic functionality. Things like the UI, things like game stability, things like save file corruption. It's not your mods, it's the game.
Another step forward.
Yeah, it was only a minute ago.
Stench. I wonder how many pilgrimages moonrise in.
Not for long. Time.
At the ready.
Oh, cool.
Yes, pride.
With the corpse, that's funny.
Softer than that was.
Die in the air to land on her friend. Mm-hmm.
Yes, pride.
At last.
More's cut.
Chop. Chop. Chop.
But we
Now the colony's clear. Yeah, we got 7,000 XP past what we needed for the level. That's even with me giving up large chunks. I didn't kill Elminster. I didn't save Aelin. I didn't fight Balthazar the second time.
Fleet of Nautiloids. How many?
I didn't do XP optimal Deviler strat. Credit practical use for dollyboarding? Yes, it's a good way to get out of the House of Hope if you weren't ready to fight and for some reason the place aggroed. It's also a way you can skip Merkel in certain runs. It allows you to bring Hope with you out of the House of Hope to help you in other areas. You can even bring Hope with you to the Act 3 finale. She'll like be with you at top of the brain and stuff. It's funny. You can bring Hope with you to Rivington. It's all sorts of practical applications. It is a way of being silenced for a very short period of time as well. That's the dolly part, not the porting part. So I don't need Colossus right now. I'll go Heroism for my saving throws. Isabel will be there. I don't really care. That could be there, cool. Aelin's dead, I don't need to bother with summons.
My tadpole's squirming like it's excited.
I think Insta knows I want to go back to playing tennis, it's taunting me. I mean, that shit listens to you. You probably mentioned it somewhere. Wouldn't let me click.
No, we found it.
Gortash got a really bad hairpiece for this run.
You wag.
Now, and Catherine, and I.
It out of sight.
I will probably switch to Hex, but
This calls for care.
Perhaps you hope to learn your place in history, but
I'll reach my own Crimson Castle and your corpse will pave my path.
I will kill you now. And then I will raise you as my servant. Repent? Would that even be possible? Perhaps.
Peak approaching.
No. There is no repentance.
Snooze ads.
No release.
No ads during peak.
My debt can never be repaid. He is here. He is watching. He is listening. He is.
Get back here, Shocker! Shocker!
Kinda works.
You can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth!
good job, King of Adventure.
Have slain my chosen, but it is no matter, for I am death, and I am not the end. I am the beginning.
Seems insane first go. Yeah, it still is. Still goes so fucking hard. Oh, it's so good. Alright, so... Alright, unless Call of the Damned pulls a Necrobite onto this platform, Merkel can't heal. Let's go here, actually. Thank you, Isabel. Slade's Curse also improving my crit threshold. Love that. Actually have not bad spell save DC with the buffs. That's true, actually. Didn't think about that. As you're missing all the time and only 21 AC. I'm also imposing disadvantage with protection from evil and good. Hopefully we see a contagion proc to work on Merkle. There might still be some things that doesn't work on. I'm not positive. What did I roll to miss there? Let's see. A 2. 2 isn't enough. Yeah, 2 isn't enough. Unless I get good rolls out of my bonuses. Good info. 5 rounds on Universal Res still. We'll use my bonus action here to keep uptime on flight. Not need to heal. Another reason why his accuracy is it's not holding up. Should have spit on Rick, true. Ability draining his strength. The top of every turn. He can finally hit me. Again, rogue bad. without Uncanny Dodge on. I wanted to see what kind of damage I was looking at. Feels super manageable. Wiki line about Contagion says it only procs targets bleeding is making saves against it. It's not lying as much as it doesn't know what it's talking about. Slayer does two different things. It applies Contagion Poisoned, and it applies Stricken with Flesh Rot. Stricken with Flesh Rot is a chance every time you use Slay. It has nothing to do with, needing to apply Bleed. You die in that form, you turn back to yourself? Yes. Uncanny Dodge. Forgot to set my swarm to ask this entire fight. Whoops. Clearly it matters, right? Nice smite, bro. He hit me for 23. I hit him for 16. It's a good trade. Of course, my Hexblade's curse did apply to my fire shield. Might keep Hexblade's the Hexblade level in this build. I don't know. I intended it to be temporary, but it kind of fucks. Don't forget, Slayer bad or whatever. Become Slayer before Act 3. Pay attention to your Dirge storyline in Act 2.
Energy radiates from the stone. Remarkable. Truly.
Also like Mortal Reminder on Slayer. True.
And now the picture comes
Yeah, Mortal
together.
Reminder goes hard.
The Absolute is neither god nor man. It is the Elder Brain you saw. Held here by those three against
Good night,
its
Atrix.
will. The crown it wears controls it. And these stones control the crown. A temporary... If the crown... Ketheric was... I dare not...
What path lies before me? Open up.
Thought I grabbed the key. Looks like I did not.
Bet I can crack that open.
Like my Gloom Assassin build? Thank you. I just like Mortal Reminder in general. It's a cool passive. You can just slot it onto a lot of setups. Great Old One is... spoiler. Great. Like, outside of Archfey, every Warlock subclass in this game is, like, really good. And Archfey is... it's not actively detrimental, it just doesn't have any of the crazy good stuff that the other ones have.
My personal favorite is Fiend, but I do think Fiend and Great Old One are like neck and neck in value. Hexblade goes kind of a little too far, but there's some things I like it for.
Been thinking on all that we learned below. If you've caught your breath, we ought to discuss our next steps. It reminds me of old time, aren't you? It is these chosen. When we there's beyond.
I want to have a word.
I will never tire. We to think. Indeed, she is the one who indoctrinated me. What? I will find her. In killing Catherick, we fractured the cult. In the long history of these, what we have, you chose to incapacitate. Why come to Moonrock? I, for one, will miss the shadow. A mistake. When you
Make haste. I would have words with you.
Great Old One equals, hey dog, you like crit effects? Yeah. Some Wolverine here. I could have gotten more potions from Mirage, but meh.
Don't mind if I do. Here goes nothing.
Excuse me. Yeah, so, in retrospect, I probably would have used the Charisma buff earlier to have... Or not the Charisma buff, excuse me, the Wisdom buff earlier to have good DC in Slayer form for more of the run. But meh. I don't actually care.
There are many more battles ahead. But if we are to succeed, we will. Good. Hold together.
The road to Baldur's Gate is west of the town. If we hurry, we'll arrive before the Absolute's forces.
Need to kill the rest of the nurses.
Better be cautious.
Cucumber still.
They should all be running.
If everyone else minds their business. Breathe quiet, move with care.
No, I don't get XP for them. This is for their consumables.
Don't waste a step.
There are only 10 Karabasan's gifts in the game, and they are throwable paralytic poisons that also impose vulnerability to slashing, piercing, and bludgeoning damage. They're very, very good. And considering all of the Slayer's damage is physical, I could get some pretty significant value out of that.
Hope your soul is in good hands.
Confused by the terrain. That's what I was hoping.
I'll give it a shot.
Look at her voguing. Sister Hana looks good and she knows it. Good for her. Feeling herself. Wasn't far enough. It's okay. Playing Great Old Dota right now. Like it, double wheel and Shadow Blade, Resonant Stone. Also has resistance to psychic damage. Yeah, that can cancel out the downside there. That is good. Anyone?
What's in here?
It's 6-4 for the split, right? Or am I crazy and it's 5-5? I might be crazy and it's 5-5. Yeah, that's fine.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
Get my lighting charges, that would have been a kill. Wish Alvin accuracy was implemented. I like accuracy. I'm definitely open to accuracy. Map looks so different without the barrier. Can't find shit. Let's go.
The Shadow Curse will soon be forgotten, thanks to us.
What do you get up to all day without us,
Very well.
Quite the cozy setup you have here. I'll just make myself comfortable. Thank
Another
you
fire shield,
so
I guess.
The druid Halson had some... As a matter of fact, that's quite impossible. You'd have... Isn't it? Oh.
Gonna get Volo's Eye next rest.
God, we're not just fighting for our cure. We're fighting...
Resting here to get rid of the shits. Approval with everyone for petting the goodest boys.
Oh, that potion did not go down well.
There's the shits. I don't actually bring Pistone with me for the monks. Because they have bonus psychic damage.
Quite the cozy setup you have here. I'll just make myself comfortable.
Another fire shield.
So
We take those. The reason why I was buying Conjure Elemental Scrolls is in case I wanted to use one on Merkel, and because that just didn't happen, I'll sell those to Vola.
Volo carefully, the needle finds the pain. The need.
Oh, bother.
Volo careful, Volo slow tap.
Do you feel that? There appears to be an...
Double advantage, satisfied my crit fishing needs too much. Double-bladed scimitar feet would have gone so hard meaty through as well. Forget, you kill Karlach? Yeah. Is there not more XP if you keep it alive? Nope. Karlach is the companion least tethered to things throughout the run. Which is darkly fitting with her storyline.
This hairstyle is close. Good. I did this for the...
But, yeah.
The shadows are lifted. Finally.
There is no gear tied to her. No XP. Nothing. Just sad, but it makes her the ideal Bulwall target. That among other reasons. If you're gonna kill her anyway for Will's storyline for Infernal Rogue, well, you may as well get a twofer. Also lets you get Anders' sword from him if you're worried about beating him in a straight fight. And it frees up the use of the Infernal Iron for just selling. Like your Dirge looks like Sam Rockwell and Gentleman Broncos. Great first time chat. Love it. Yeah, the randomizer cooked. All I did was gave him a different mustache. And, like, the butterflies work with him. I think it's a good vibe. No, we're always disarming Anders. I mean, in this run I killed him with the Slayer. In the last run, and usually what I do is I just throw him off the roof. If you lure them up to the roof of that building, and you throw them as far down as you can towards Karlach, the fall is long enough that they always die. And throws are not seen as hostile, so you can do it without combat ever starting. Step amulet. Alright, didn't make the Shadow Lantern. I'm not gonna use it. Let's go.
The curse has been lifted. Your courage has been...
Act 2 finale has a bunch of my favorite cutscenes. We've got the Merkel intro. We've got you know, the one where you free Aelin, one where Chihira is rallying the forces at Moonrise. You got this one too.
Sergeant.
No, Lord.
So you came count.
Forgive me.
Perhaps get back to your duties.
Look at this.
Duties, duties, duties. Patrolling and saluting and following and bowing and scraping. Yes, sir. No, sir. Rip and cut your throat, sir. Your plan is falling apart, lordling.
Control your need. They...
Beyond the camp.
Should mind my step.
Still in control.
Just.
Trick you can do for the monks fight is initiative is rolled after the game clears your buffs. So I already have enough initiative that I don't need to do this, but if you have a low initiative score, pop a vigilance before you go to sleep, and your score will be inclusive of that right before the game wipes the buff.
I have something to ask. I was supposed to sacrifice myself. I can't fathom how, as luck would have it. We'll soon find ourselves near what you'll have.
Make sure I get the raspberries. I've been taking far less damage than I thought I would. Turns out after enough runs utilizing the Slayer form and focusing on it, I've gotten pretty good at using it.
All who swim together, and will you liberate the true souls from their paras?
We're under attack. Fight your way to the
Hey, Caster.
portal. I need your help.
Hope you're well.
Here goes nothing.
I'm here.
I love this
Help me.
encounter.
I'm under attack.
If I still needed XP, I would have considered fighting them. Forgot to put Shade Clinger back in my inventory. I don't really need it.
It's not over. Come to the skull. Hurry. I can't hold them back alone.
I guess I'll fight the Gith.
Just out of view.
What am I using for... Oh, me, Long Strider, too. Viciousness makes sense.
I need you now.
Let's do 4th level Agathis. And...
to the skull.
A Swarm treating you? It's interesting as long as I focus on the utility. Like, the teleport, really cool. Like it a lot. Using this thing for damage is not it. The Swarm just... Like, and it's counterintuitive. If you want the Swarm to do damage, you need Praise Scent. But then you're stuck in Hunter's Mark jail. So you can't do things like Hex, which would be just better for your damage overall, but you can't do it because then you don't get Praise Scent. But then Praise Scent does not crit when you roll you do crits. So crits only benefit the shitty part of Swarm. Then for the level 11 features, you need spell save DC for them. So that's not really useful for Slayer, where my DC is stuck being terrible. So I think the thing you build around with Swarm ultimately is either you're doing a throw build where you're getting CC effects from the level 11 feature and you use some spell save DC gear, or you just do funny teleport stuff while shapeshifted. So I've been doing that. It's been fun. Slayer just being able to teleport away from opportunity attacks and then jump back in is quite funny.
I can't hold them off much longer.
One day I'll catch a break.
It's not over. Come
But
to
yeah,
the
as
skull.
long as I am not expecting damage out of this, fun subclass. If you are going to Swarmkeeper for damage, just a PSA, just know that it is worse Hunter. A lot of classes are worse Hunter, but
Come to the skull.
I think it's got an interesting utility bag. The level 7 feature could be funny in a different kind of run. It's probably fun in like Trials of Tab, where you can get lava at a higher level. This level 7 is kind of high for it being a Grim strat. I think Mage Hand's cool.
It's not over. Come to the skull.
Alright, so how am I doing this?
The skull. Come to the skull. Help me.
Love doing the little spiral there.
Destroy the god to
Now, I could do the easy thing and start tossing Gith. But I don't want to do that. Lightning charges. Sonic overload. Take a teleport here. Take the crit, and then I'll hang out. We have Uncanny Dodge. Cat. Lost my blur, but Agatha's doing work. They're getting crit a lot over there.
Blame me. Yeah, Jake, I'm surprised too. Fireball's such a good spell. Look at that 2 damage.
I am a mind flayer, but I was an adventurer. That longing brought me to for years. I sustained my... I had to go... People... My needs... He tore me from... The name was in... I shall look forward to sharing rather than the potential. Alone, Orpheus will be much... All I needed to do was subdue Orpheus, and we may look different. As an Illithid, would you like to do now? It wants to evolve.
It even puts me back in Slayer form. Neat. Or Emperor Edge. No, there's worse ways to game over. Displacer Beast shape is another thing we can use now. Unfortunately, me having to take Hag Hair on Strength means I didn't take it on Dex to improve the Displacer Beast's Dex by 1 bracket, but I think it's fine without it. Here. Act 3 build plans. Pick up Spires the Sledboard. Hit Mirror of Loss. Get Piercing Growl. We're at max power.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
Yeah, what are you doing?
I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, this is our stats here. See, the extra 1 dex would have been really good. Currently 21 strength. Mirror would set me to 23. Without Tavern Brawler, Displacer Beast accuracy is low. So maybe there's a world where I pivot back into Tavern Brawler. I don't want to give up on Candy Dodge. Well, I was thinking of reducing my Swarm investment to 3, maybe 4. If I go 4, then I could do 4 Swarm. I go 3 Swarm, 8 Rogue, 1 Hex. Kind of keep doing what I'm doing. Kind of want 2 Abjuration, though. Did you do a House and Quest? Yeah, I did. Plus on for the end, at least. That's true. This guy's got Strength Hair, point and laugh. I went Strength Hair so I could have 30 Strength Slayer. That's the only reason. Four Swarm and 7 years ago. Chaotix, why are you so fucking funny? If I sound angry, it's because I am. I have to work at that shit. You're just funny. Alright, the cat wants food. Hang on. It's the ADHD. Knock it over my recycling, too. But this guy wants food. Alright, Kevin, get out of the way. You can have food too, but you gotta get out of my way, man. Actually, the water. It's kind of hot in here. I get it. I don't feel like leaving the room, so you're just gonna have to have, like, the rest of mine. Climbing to sit down. Ugh. Alright, carrying around way too many consumables. Give me my pistone back. Who did I send the pistone? You. That too. Don't actually need that. You can have that. Starian's Rayman. He's trying on a new hat, so to speak. Not just because that's the only body part he has left. Hey, little cream squirt. How goes? Going okay. Just made it to Act 3. Flare form good. We get to start doing Displacer Beast stuff too now. Much excite. Very wow.
I need a quick word.
This vessel is at thy disposal.
Do I want explosive blood?
Do what thou wilt. This
Guess that's another thing that could technically power me up. I thought I had more Divine Bone Shards. Thought I had more of everything.
Mine never quiet.
This vessel is.
Want to bet you with a mono build question? Sure.
We must find where Gortat
Or vitamin C, so
established themselves.
supposed to take one of these chewables every day. Gotta actually remember to do that. But as you can hear, I haven't opened it yet.
These boots have seen everything.
K off the level. It's a lot. It's all good. Mono defeat from D&D, Devil Sight Warlock, constant advantage, Elven accuracy. Increase your dex int wizard charisma by 1 to a maximum of 20. Whenever you have advantage on attack roll using dex int wizard charisma, you can re-roll one of the dice ones. Great weapon master, would this be good since I have triple advantage? Oh yeah, absolutely. I would say that would almost put you in a situation where using Great Weapon Master or Sharpshooter is going to be too good not to do. Provided your spec has the feat for it. That would be the decider.
The herbs you know for salving.
Corvid token from Mattis. Something we'll want. That'll be flight speed while in Slayer form. I also won't need Featherfall potions anymore.
As if I didn't have problems enough already.
Something's on my mind.
I bet that's where he keep you that old bone bag cat. Would I try to fool a sharpie like you? Have a look.
About 4 globes of invulnerability, kid.
While we're washing them, we only got away with what we have on.
These clothes make me itch. That's a bigger issue than modesty.
Feeling no real desire to worry about ability draining Orin. I guess I'll just do it anyway. Redhead girl will always be Orin? No. She is almost never Orin, in fact. Yenna is only Orin if Orin has no other valid targets in your camp, which would require Halsin, Minthara, Lae'zel, and Gale all being unavailable in some capacity when Orin picks. So that would mean they would be dead or in your party.
Mind my step.
Here you go, Mitty. Enjoy the break.
Its mind is still fresh. You can absorb its potential if you consume it.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
You know the rule to when zone travel resurrect companions when it doesn't seems to do it sometimes. I don't really know, very true. Sorry. I don't use companions enough to have that kind of information. I don't think. Mystery to me.
Been pulling all-nighters to keep watch. I know you have. Den of decadent delight.
Quack has chat. He doesn't need any more friends. But chat hates me. You guys made me kill Big Lady. I had no agency.
For the first time since the Nautiloid,
I gave you back your privacy but you have the key. The Orphic Hammer. Surely you realize I want the crown. I knew then that the folly of mortal, and I do not fail. They brought the crown.
and he claims his ambition is to
You guarantee the crown will
Alright, we signed for the hammer. There's Raphael. Was that free Orpheus? The crown. It was a good deal. Fuck you, Squid. If I recall correctly, any in-queue long rest event tagged to a person will prevent region travel while dead. I don't think that's quite the same thing. Like, I know the Lae'zel one, where you can end up fighting boss, will revive Lae'zel if she died in the fight, once you're done resting, but...
Back off and return to your homes. That's an order.
Beyond that, I don't know much about that sphere thing. For making Orin's strength not exist anymore. So when I fight her, maybe I can knock her prone. Yep. .94 is not a high hit rate. 98 kind of sucks too, but... Hit her in the other location by accident. Forgot to disable my sneak attack. Which weapon was that? Orphic Hammer. This has to be considered cheese? That's an entirely subjective thing. I would consider it that, but like, again, I think scrambling to apply the label of cheese to things is whether you're right or not, which is again subjective. I think that's a bad framing. Because like there's some people who fully believe that reading your enemy's inspect card to see what their initiative is cheese. Like, who cares if it's cheese? What matters is whether or not you want to do it. And if you don't want to do it, then don't do it. You're not bound to story if you take the deal with Raphael. Well, I mean, I'm under contract with Raphael now. If I piss off the House of Hope and try to leave without destroying my contract, I just get a game over. But I'm simply going to not do that. So I can't believe I found that just doing stupid shit in Act 3. Yeah. Mark, Mustard, it's like... That's kind of how, my brain is glitching hard. Connormancy. Like, I stumbled onto, Connormancy that way. Just sometimes you accidentally see some shit. Skip House of Hope, maybe I heard wrong. I mean, House of Hope has always been optional. Hey Felicia, how are you? I'm still gonna do it, but like all the contract changes, as long as I'm careful, is instead of the Orphic Hammer being the high value item in the house, it's my contract.
One of the... Well, we've other way. Oh. Losing... Anything else on your mind?
A stitch in time saves.
I'll put Shield of Thralls in Corilla. As a patch it, for whatever reason, Corilla's tagged as an ally. So I'm putting the Shield of Thralls on her now, so when I fight her later, she's already got my Shield of Thralls, which will stun her when it breaks. Or she'll at least have to roll to not get stunned, you know what I mean?
Welcome to Danthilon's dancing.
Great. How may I be of service? No, I don't know any, Fine, yes. Here's the key. Always.
It's mildly annoying to me that you always have the line about, how Chihiro has been known to feed you, you know, truth herbs. But, even if you never had that conversation with her, you know that. Mildly annoying.
Right, Sommy. You're on the door till our friends are done. God forbid we do any business today.
Guess I'm not gonna go Slayer in this fight, am I? Does Act 2 have the least amount of encounters? I guess, yeah. Always feels so short to me. There's like a lot you do, so I don't know why it feels that way. I mean, there's just less stuff. It's not that there's not much stuff, there's simply less. And also, in terms of mandatory content, Act 1 has the fewest amount of mandatory things because all of it's optional. You can just walk to Act 2. But like in terms of what you have to do to complete Act 2, it's really just
get into the gauntlet, talk to Aelin, talk to Ketheric, fight Merkel. That's it. And even then, you can skip one of those steps with speedrun tech. Act 2 is smaller. The map is physically a lot smaller, too.
What do I have to lose?
In the crib straight quagging it. Hey, Justin. Act 1's dense, Act 3 just fucking huge. Act 1, I think it's easy for us as players to forget. Act 1 has had 7 years in the oven. Development in this game, they at least announced they were doing the game in 2018. It had early access for 3 years, from 2020 to 2023. And then 2 years post-launch here in 2025, the game has still been getting updates. So 7 years of refinement on Act 1 is certainly a lot.
More of Orange doppelgangers. How many has she brought to Baal's side?
You are not Jaheira. Thank you.
It's weird.
You're the... But they were the ones hunting us. You just...
Does this battle initiate? Went here, no enemies appeared. Can't remember what triggers it. You need Jaheira for that. You need to have recruited Jaheira to your camp.
Hell's not this again.
The brain appears to be resisting these monsters. It's acting of its own will.
I have money? Not really.
Papa sells good things. Oh, yes, I has lots of stuffs just for you.
Give me that.
Junks and magics for... Oi! Give that...
There you go.
Get your shinies and treats.
I'm not gonna bother keeping the Displacer Beast locked up, because I'm gonna want to fight it later. Let's bring Gale to talk to Tara.
Pauper's Clan in. I gave it back. Unfortunately for Jaheira, she was holding my scimitar and I didn't have time to be patient. Oh yeah, you wanted the so it could scale off int. Yeah. Yeah, sorry Jaheira.
And the city needs us. But there's... She spoke to you in a rather... But tell the Lordling that Orin is... Until we know who...
You ruined brain.
And the last time I saw... Before... I had a choice. Though, but it has not been... Yes? You're sure?
Even the venerable harpers are compromised by the absolute.
Keeping Slayer to the brain? Yeah.
Mr.
Cleave on it is very nice too, yeah.
Enjoy yourself now, Tara. She isn't my... Oh. Oh. You'll have to forgive me, but I'm strong for... What's on your mind? I'll be in the...
Should do the betrayal fight with Minsk and Jaheira. What, should I gear them out for it? Make them have actual kit? That could be fun.
Welcome to Sword Coast Couriers. To become a postmaster, I'll give you a nice little bonus as well, a finder's fee. What do you say?
Oh, intimidation. 200 XP and some money.
Look, enough! Shitey little. Investigator Valeria thinks. Feel free to look around the temple.
I could go about this in the most XP positive way, like going down there to the chests and stuff, but I can't be bothered. We're getting Minsk on the team. It's more content. I think it's worth experiencing everything in the game, you know?
Let's see.
I never do that quest.
Let's have a look. Can't risk being in open view. Time for bitter business that I fear to shine on.
Why? Also goodbye. Orbit token doesn't work in Slayer? Right, never mind. Ugh. Excuse me. Works in Wild Shape. Bummer. Okay, so they all failed, so yay, crits. Slayer bad or whatever. It was a 2. shed a lot. I inhale it a lot.
I should speak up.
Hang on a sec. You remind me of
Fine. I'll come. Well.
Bless you, thank you. Bless you, thank you. See, thank you. Yeah, I should check Style and Hans. See if he has anything I want.
Now you've just sampled some of everything alchemical from potions to poison.
It does.
Just do make sure you read the label before quaffing. Be
Swap that out. What do I even do with this slot then? I guess Amulet of the Devout for on-foot swarm spell save DC, I guess. Just guidance for skill checks.
Sorry, chum, can't let you through.
Alright, gotta go piss girl. BRB.
Triumph after triumph. You have excelled in base villainy. For he who fights with monsters should look to it that he himself becomes a monster. When you gaze long into the abyss also gazes into you. You have reached the time of majority, and you shall come into your birthright. But another seeks to disinherit you. Do not let her be your death. Your father loves you. You have already made us so proud. Slaughter your line. Become the last of your line. Lord Baal shall have but one chosen.
Memories flood back, snatches of your story written in the blood of 1,000 victims. Years spent in worship of Baal, leading his savage congregation in prayer, sacrifice, and slaughter. You were their master, and he was yours. A cruel master, a dread lord, a devoted father. All is greater than you could have dreamed. You are a spawn of Baal, his heir, his scion. The cruelty of the Slayer leaps around within. You are not the last of your name. Not yet. There is another. The abomination wrapped in flesh you saw in the colony. Orin, dear sister, must die by your hand, an offering in Baal's sanctum. Your heart pines for the love of your lord. Today is a wonderful day for murder.
Halt!
Amelia had no reason to go so hard on narrator lines for Dirge.
The what?
We shouldn't have any more trouble with regards.
Tell me what you were doing in the house.
I can't really please that Pizia. He wasn't even.
This is the armory.
Weird, M Sword does work on the Slayer, but Form the Slaughter doesn't.
Fists only. Now clear off. This equipment isn't for sale.
That is weird.
It belongs to the Flaming Fist.
Ranger has advantage, cool.
Fine. Keep your boots on.
We do this mostly so that she'll drop her gold when I kill her later.
That lot of you. Lord Gortash is expecting.
Are they going to arrest us?
Please make
What if they throw us in jail?
What is it this time?
He wasn't even hurt.
She didn't have to, but the world would be a bleaker place without. True. Clearly having a blast, what an incredible project to be a part of. True.
That's why we need to walk just a little more.
I should arrest you all for gross negligence. Remind them that this is our city.
Should be good. Thing is, both Slayer and Wild Shape's under the polymorph umbrella. I don't know why some things work for Slayer and some don't. And I am worried that if they fix whatever that is, then Tavern Brawl the Damage will start working on Slayer, and that's not a timeline we need to be in.
You look like you know how to.
Oh, yay!
Get the statue commission now. It's also a Dirge spell. Cool, I guess. Once I have the statue commissioned, I'll then go steal the money that would be the reward for killing Wolverine. Then we'll go to the gnome's hideout, get the rune powder bomb, get the 2 barrels, and we'll go to Lower City. Plus 20 on each multi-tag is not something that needs to see the light of day. Plus 40, isn't it? Because 30 strength, plus 10 on each hit. Be plus 80 against a Vuln target.
My wife shall be delighted.
But either way, yeah, that's not a timeline we need to live in. I would like a Formless Slaughter and Corporate Token worked, though.
All right. Breathe quiet. Move with care.
Oh yeah, I forgot Titan String's a stupid weapon. It's like, I don't have investment, why is this doing damage? I guess Colossus, 22 strength. Yeah, that'll do it.
Just in case someone's mad over here.
Never wanted the easy path.
I don't even need to go do the cuck fight. Max brain already.
The bosses expect.
You think I will only if you're quick?
Yeah, I'll take that too.
Now.
Worked a treat. Watcher lost track of us right away. We'd have been stomped to paste without the grenade.
Resistance fighting. And the fucking Gondians
The fucking.
are to blame for these steel things. I had a plan. I get the quiet, Barkus. This.
This is why Wolverine lived, by the way. That vendor and 3 rune powder bombs for a combined sale value of 7,500 gold base. And we like that. Now, rune powder sucks for damage dealing. It's, as Trade said, full of confetti, but it sells well. Sell it to Dareth, I think. Have this thing, may as well.
Out of sight, out of mind.
I got rogue levels and a Shadow Blade.
Better be cautious. Softer than a whisper. Can't slow down.
Oh yeah, they're stunned, so none of them can be like, hey, fuck you.
What's inside?
Imagine getting in combat.
No time for mercy.
A brief switch to Cloud Giant. So I don't have to do chess or use Chain Lightning.
be poetic nonsense.
Do I have sharpness? Yeah, not that bad.
How old is this place?
There it is.
Paintings hung on the wall, almost like an art gallery.
Bunch of different ways to deal with the judge here. I tend to use Command Flee from the Ring of Exalted Marrow. You can use Turn Undead, you can use Fowler Aloof Shriek, you can use Spirit Guardians, you can use Banishment. Don't have Call the Weak on when you're doing this. Cause you to fail. Now, the fastest way through the worm way here is to fail one trial, then invis past everyone. But I want the XP, so.
King, queen.
Roll better. Thank you.
Take the torn. Can't risk being up in here.
Darkness or Sanctuary do the job here. Still thinking about what my next run's gonna look like. I'm thinking, Wild Magic Sorcerer, but I don't cast leveled spells. So like I play like a martial. But I gotta add something else to spice that up. That by itself is boring.
Here we go. With what?
You know, fuck this big stupid dragon. I'm taking your toothpick.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine. Vis medicatrix.
Hey, Jaybridge. How are you? Good to see you.
That's a friendly looking shadow.
Got a new paperweight. Don't fist the Sabretooth to test. They made this shit so dumb. Like, I don't want to ever take Tavern Brawler on Moon Druid anymore. Or, like, on any Druid that's ever going to wild shape. I just...
Always room for more.
Like, let me opt out, man. Like, the thing that I hate is it's an honor mode specific change. They just made it work like it does below honor mode. Something that they have shown a direct willingness to do the opposite of with things like Elemental Cleaver that were objectively stupid in honor mode. And then there's shit that they just never touched, like Crater Flesh Gloves, which is definitely by design with the popularity of those. Like, where's the rhyme? Where's the reason? I don't see it.
Let's rehearse this one more time. Pretend I'm a fist and tell me what you were doing in the house.
It won't happen, I swear. Lord Gortash is expecting you. Please make your way to the audience chamber.
Don't like it.
What? You're not a fist. No. Why do you have to stick your... You've got one breath to explain why you're in here, or you're going straight to the cells. Answer. That sneaky little gate. Ever since they ordered... If you should, appreciate the help you've given. But we need to get our...
Okay, I think I respec. Rather than assigning a level here that I'm not going to do anything with, we'll just respec off the bat. Don't like that my Jugular Strike hits for like 40 damage on a non-crit. It's fine. You're using a modded wild shape. Like, nobody knows Sabretooth is in the game. Been better. I think my work's built in case it dismissed me for vague performance reasons, dreading the idea of looking for another job. Ugh, I'm sorry. Like, that's... Especially now, timing-wise. Well, I'm still keeping my fingers crossed for you. Still attempting to stay positive on your behalf, but... Bullshit. Sorry, man. Hope you're doing well. Surviving. Okay, so 3 swarm to keep my teleport. 4 would be a feat. I want 5 rogue for uncanny dodge. I could go up to 7 for evasion. Which would be funny for a lot of things, actually. Falcon. We definitely still want alert. If I want to improve Displacer Beast's attacks, I would go Tavern Brawler. For the accuracy, but... I like Athlete for Slayer's jumps too much. I go, what, 4 Swarm, 8 Rogue? I would lose my Agathis, Hexblade's Curse, all that stuff. I don't think I care that much about it, though.
lose silence for not being level 5 ranger. I think 4-8 makes the most sense. Won't have extra attack anymore, but so rarely am I doing anything outside of a transformation. Guess I could give up a feat and go 5-7. But like, let's think about that. Feats are currently alert, athlete. Having a third one, what would I take? Stubborn Brawler. The benefit Displacer Beast doesn't meaningfully affect the Slayer. Could go mobile. I do like mobile. However, mobile clashes with the value of the teleport. Partially. Maybe I am fine with 2 feats. Because picking up evasion is almost like a feat. I'd say that's definitely in line with a feat's value. I could go Swash instead of Thief, just for the initiative. Then I'm losing the extra bonus action. Part of me did want to go 2 Abjuration somewhere in here for the Leviatar's Love angle, but that is playing around things damaging me that much, and I don't think it's wise to play around that. I think it's more wise to just make it so that can't happen. So yeah, we're gonna do 4 Swarm, 8 Thief.
Thy wit dost thou require a new
Any reason to change these stats at all? No. Stick with Wasteland Wanderer cold. Who uses cold damage? What'd you find, Trade? You know what also gets Tavern Roller while wild shaped? Corvid token? Oh, you mean just like instance of damage? I don't know. I'm assuming everything, so. Hit me, rip the band-aid off. Sonic Overload self-damage. Yeah, that's actually really funny. I mean, it makes sense. Rhapsody, Formless Slaughter apply. So, if you had a +8 strength mod, Formless Slaughter, you're taking 1d4 plus 9 times 2 with Resonant Stone. That's amazing. That renders certain wild shapes completely unusable with Psionic Overload. Because you'll just take too much damage and immediately lose it. That's really funny. I wish I had religion proficiency here. Oh well. Sleight of hand proficiency. Expertise, suppose. Athlete. Strength. Have to revisit that once we hit the mirror. See what things look like. Evasion means I'm no longer scared of Raphael. But what if I'd answer, then, like, I should probably still have the Hexblade level. Same with Raph, to be honest. But I'll just be a greedy fuck. Mage Slayer's fun. Trying to think of enemies that'd be applicable on at this point, though. Because most will try to move away. Anyone trying to cast Spirit Guardians, I guess it would work. Leroican if I was playing chicken with retorts. Bay Knights doing their smite thing to me. We take mobile. Yeah. Alright. Alert, athlete, mobile. I'm editing the builds command. Area weight is way too much of a problem right now. I'll need to stay on Colossus for a bit.
Beautiful. Okay. Lower city time.
Let's rehearse this one more time. Pretend I'm a fist and tell me what...
It won't happen. Lord Gortash is expecting you.
Let's see what this does.
To the audience chamber.
You're not being paid to like it.
Lord Gortash is expecting you.
Focus on my own job.
Please make your way to the audience chamber.
I'd hate...
Okay, what's next? Beeline straight for Mirror of Loss. I could use Slayer on the front door guards. Not having necrotic resistance in Slayer form anymore is a little annoying for that. I guess I could pop a necrotic res elixir.
Don't waste a step.
Scoop up universal res from Humble Toes. We'll check for Terrazul.
Greet. You have come far, Of course, my child. Within limits. Behold my wares.
Did I get out with damage? I don't think I did. So actually let's get the waypoint by Dareth first.
We still live in interesting times. Can't give up now.
We can sell stuff to her.
Speaks well, that end.
We could get Roland's mage armor too. Should have taken steps to set that up while I was mid-respec. Meh. Can wait. I was thinking about... What if I carded around Allied Hellsick for her bonus piercing damage? Does that work while she's dead? No, right? Oh good, patch 8. I didn't want to see the characters in my character-driven video game anyway. She's got a lot of gold, luckily. I can sell, like, everything to her. Cloth.
Anyway, take your pick.
You can repose in wild shape. I knew about that.
not good, but really funny. Yeah. There's a case for doing that for the Battle Master, for the Fighter Druid split, you take Battle Master. Because if you do, like, 6 Battle Master, 5 Druid, you still have 3 attacks per action. You still have the same feats as pure class. Anyone not Fighter or Rogue. But you also have Action Surge. You lose, like, freedom of movement, but you don't care about that. Still pretty good. Though you're stuck with, non-magical attacks. Unless you go to 6/6. Which works out fine then. No reason not to do that. Hey Tom. Hope you're well. Could've been better about looting Myconids. It's okay. We'll miss the Tavern Brawler accuracy at the end of the day.
Anyway, take your pick.
Alright, good on money now. Just puts more emphasis on stat boost and advantage. We'll create our own difficulty lead for optimization. Want to let you know I got Hell Dust and Act 1. Thanks for the tips earlier. Hey, congrats. Always happy to help.
I have something to ask.
Be quirky and give to Saluna. I don't think anyone's ever done that before.
See an altar dedicated to the amount you've offered, the cold white light.
Okay, there's Anointed in Splendor. Don't care about any damage here right now. No. Let's hit Skittle for Universal Res and Knock. Let's hit Severn for Terrazul. Aspect of the Tiger would be cool to get. Charge through Spike Bulb as a Rote. I like that. It is very cool to me that all Wild Heart aspects seem to work in both Wild Shape and Slayer.
Yes, the blushing. Her name is Vanra. Thank
Better not be cursed.
if you're being careful about managing your resistances, then things like Honey Badger, Bear that seemed like great initially, less relevant. But Tiger.
You step up and marvel at the spectacular
Elk.
wonders on offer.
Wolverine.
Brilliant.
Rothe's paper though, level 60 at 28 HP. Rothe is paper. Abjuration Wildheart hybrid. Like, how much druid do you need for Rothe? 4? 642? 642 and you do the Leviatar's angle. Anytime you get knocked into basking in Leviatar's love, you'll get your baseline arcane ward. Probably better to just do uncanny dodge though. You can't do the barbarian stuff and Rothe and uncanny dodge. I'd say Panther stuff, but yeah. You try wolf stuff much? I want to work in wolf shape. Even for non-wild shape builds. Because exposing bite to set up the forced crit could be some sauce. And like leaving your wild shape doesn't cost anything, right? Reaction? Or is that also a bonus?
Can't risk being in open view. At the ready.
Before you ask, I ain't got none of that plum prosecco.
He's lying, he does have the plum prosecco.
Very well.
Fetcher isn't himself, so I'm running the shop. You buying or selling? So
We're all on the same side.
Ready to do some business? I survived the hell. Sure is. We work for Fetcher, handling what you might call pre-owned goods. Talk to Sticky. He'll cut you a deal.
There's not a lot of trust.
Okay, we got some Terrazol. Not much, but some. Let's go free Volo. That'll get us our piercing growl. Or do I do the mirror first? No, let's go hit the mirror first. So I'll be 30 strength for the fight, freeing Volo. Could get explosive blood, but I don't want to do that until after Volo's free.
What are you after, friend? Got grub, potions, a few nice vintages. Best stock up now before someone clears me out to fill their larder. Many.
Dropping your wild shape's free action. Okay. That's what I thought. So, something like setting up an exposing bite, like, as an opener, and then dropping your wild shape and just capitalizing with a crit. That seems like that could be pretty good. That's accessible in the early game. You just need to hit the bite. Using that effectively, that's just like Luck of the Far Realms once per short rest on a wild shape charge. 70 raspberries. I missed some. I don't think I got all the ones by scratch. Sounds right.
Your life starts anew from this moment. Greetings. Do you seek help? Welcome.
Takes a fun.
Do those keybinds at least. It's nice. Can you perform in Slayer form? No, okay. I was gonna say. Why have we not seen this peak? How cool the Slayer would look if it wasn't bipedal while running. Some of its animations, it goes on all fours. And it's very menacing. Swarm teleport out. You died. And you died. Okay. What do you think of 6 Spore Druid, 6 Blade Singer, Duelist Prerogative? I think that's pretty cool. Spore Druid, Duelist Prerogative is something that I've been a fan of for a while. You get good spells. Still get access to 3rd level druid spells, so things like Call Lightning. Yeah, seems solid. Halo Spores, pop a water bottle on someone, Call Lightning, Fuel the Blade Song. Hell, Druid gives you access to the Create Water spell, so if you wanted that.
If not over, then through.
What a dashing mustache. Yeah, Guillermo looks good. He's feeling himself. He has that shit on and he knows it.
Moving in.
There's a hole. Curious. Looks like someone made a little den for themselves here. A mirror that steals memories. Sharon.
Where am I? What's going on?
Shed no tears for such fools. They are unlearned, Shah's truth, and doom themselves.
Greater invis so I can knock there.
What's been done to them? Walk in death.
Let's see. Spoon. Friend. Decent DR and AC while harmonics up to keep the symbiotic high as well. Interesting to play again for the Theorycraft for random things. Love to hear that. And of course, you could go Wretched Hide mode as well for that third reaction, and you know.
A huge polished disc looms before you. A mirror. One used by the Sharon.
Just roll good.
The memories from you feel the presence. The mirror. You must surrender some part of yourself. Some stuff you embody. Whatever dark. The huge mirror stared at you. Must surrender some part of you. Still you embody. Whatever the dark. The huge mirror stared at you. Must surrender some part of the guest. You the where once the mirror showed nothing. On the dark. As you choke down the acrid mushroom. A memory.
Better now than in combat. Easy Patriarchs. Did I get Patriarchs? No, I didn't.
Collection. Shelves of
That's Merchant, not Stomach. Yeah, no Patriarchs.
Neatly labeled.
Doesn't matter here, I guess.
Beasts and men, elegantly displayed from a study as you and your butler perform a vivisection. Scalaritas's claws slips, calipers cutting the aorta of the living, screaming victim.
Drown the butler in the victim's open bladder cavity.
His tears mingle in with the golden fountain. The memory fades, and you are left alone.
So just a recap for Dirge. They're taking a break from fucking corpses. They've eaten at least one baby, and they have drowned their butler in piss. Wait for a second to get the 2 strength? Yeah. I always get patriarchs and characters that don't want it or don't care. Yeah, I never get it when I actually want it. I'm thinking the way to get it is just like sacrifice bad stats, but I don't know if the stat being good or not affects the odds. We reach and travel to get the Slayer form back.
Now we're gonna go save Volo. Our Slayer form now has 30 strength. So our damage is gonna be memorable, hopefully. A little bit of carry weight management here. Never actually needed that holy water. Well, better to have and not need than the alternative. How do you feel about Swarmkeeper subclass? I think it's interesting from a utility perspective. I think as long as you're not getting on it with expectations for damage, it's good.
Wretched thing, pull yourself together.
About flight, I guess. Thank you, evasion. Teleport up here. You think they're okay?
What's up for discussion?
Big monster in town, nothing to see here. Just another day on the Sword Coast.
he has you.
In optimist that I am,
Yeah, I can be a
it
hero.
is a study of the Slayer, and I wish.
Begin my preparations now. So, regarding the Slayer has two uses. One, once you've read it, you have advantage on saving against being frightened by the Slayer, allegedly. I don't know if that even actually works, but you do get a passive that claims it does that. But the more important thing is, if you already have access to using the Slayer form, you get the Piercing Growl ability. Which is the very same one that applies that frightened that the book is saying it, or fearful, rather. It's the very same one. So we're almost at full power. I could pick up Rapture. I'm not going to on this rest. The other remaining thing is, Ascending Astarion will allow us to become a vampire for that +1 to our dice rolls. Do we completely ruin Astarion for +1 on our rolls? Yeah. Yeah, I think we do. Number go up. I believe there's even a dirge line when Asarion's like, hey, you're taking this in stride. You can be like, I'm already half squid and half slayer.
One day I'll catch a break.
Best Tim Taylor impression, more power. It's been 10 and almost a half hours. We'll go a few more minutes. I could get mages, Roland's mage armor. I could get Shield of Faith from Adriel for use in this map. I'll probably do that before House of Hope.
Anyway, take your pick.
Oh yeah, Orin is pretty free in this run. Should mention. Because it's just the duel. I don't even have to become an Unholy Assassin. I'll do that, but I don't have to. Vampires worship Baal, or any god in particular. I don't know if vampires have any inclination towards any particular deity in the setting. That is outside the scope of my knowledge.
I don't need any attention right now. Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Viatar? I mean, it's just pain. Vampires don't have a monopoly on pain or any more affinity for it than anyone else, I would say. I don't know how they'd feel about gods of death, because, like, they're kind of,
Don't want to draw any attention. Bet I can crack that open.
don't think they get afterlives or anything.
Breathe deep and move. Pave my path with corpses, build my castle with bones. That's a friendly looking shadow.
Walked like 6 miles. I think my insides hated it. Hey, good job staying active. Uncanny dodge. Got eaten. My self damage. Yeah, that's fine. Don't need it. Here's the new ability, Piercing Growl. You're bleeding and fearful. You know, why wouldn't we do it again? And I'll group here, which will hopefully give a nice opportunity for them to funnel. Whose reaction to take? Mine. Like, it was immune to the non-magical slashing, but I had Psionic Overload, boosted by Resonant Stone. There's Contagion Poison, because you're bleeding. Wanna go pro? No? Bummer. Dance Lair. It's Swarm Teleport. I'm doing moths. I have to wonder this transformation's painful. The animations imply that your character is ripping themselves apart, and then when they are dropping the transformation, they're putting themselves back together.
You cannot use that right now.
Of course I can't.
There are some scuffs to show its age.
Saw the animation there. The Slayer's just kind of like pushing it on itself.
The elevator lies ready to carry you.
Door's covered in, well, some sort of...
You okay?
Seems simple enough. This calls for care.
I think Displacer Beast is also painful, judging by the sounds.
actually grab the ring. Yeah, I only have 23 strength in this form. It's my dex. It's fine. It's still technically more than the Slayer.
You picked the wrong fight, friend.
I have uncanny dodge. I could walk around with Victoria. I don't feel like being that toxic this run. Someone could have the ability to transform into a Slayer Arrow. Would you take it? I wouldn't. What would I even do with that? Other than get, like, vivisected in a lab.
Here goes nothing.
Agriculture. I guess. You know, actually, let's use Displacer on the upstairs, yeah.
About the horrible press, interviews, politics, gossip, all of it gets in that bloody... Except what the people actually want in a broadsheet. Puzzles!
Time to press ahead. Have to keep going. Don't want to draw any attention.
You didn't even aggro? Aggro. What do you mean, man? You're just gonna let me do this? Like cats a lot, apparently. Watch yourself. Why don't you?
Moving ahead.
Sure. pretty fucking good for one turn. I made 3 Displacer Beast copies. Killed 3 enemies. I still have another attack I could have used. I forgot that this thing has improved extra attack. Oh, these Displacer Beast copies, think of them as like Guardian of Faith. That's the easiest way of describing them. They'll attack if something is within their range already. But they also get to make an attack when something enters their threatened range. They're not terribly strong. But it's something.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
65% 8 great accuracy. Suppose I don't have a Bless active. I don't have Rapture. Could have a Heroism. So is this a Finesse attack? No.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Neat.
Thank you for... What are these things? And gods, do they stink?
Feeling good about the setup. Yep. So, that'll be for today. Been live for 10.5 hours. Tomorrow, we'll... Cazador, try to become a vampire. Then we'll continue buffing up for what should be like all the bosses and stuff in one day. That'll be Elven Elegance, Rapture, Happy. We'll have our Blessed statue online. We'll have all sorts of stuff. It'd be cool. But thank you everybody for hanging out. Hope you had a good time. I certainly did. Who's live? I see Mark live, but he doesn't have gameplay. What's he doing? Oh, his game crashed. Let's read him anyway. I don't know how long he'll be going. He said short stream, but I'm just gonna encourage him to go longer. Just woke up. Hey, Cryptic. Productive day today. We got 30 Strength Slayer. We're in Act 3. Yeah. I'll see everyone next time. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye-bye.